For all of us, you want to sit there? You look like you want to sit there.
Hey, so I pay all this money at my cell phone.
Hi, how are you? Good.
Better have that check to the door.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Sit anywhere.
Well, I left all the minutes and everything.
Did you?
I just brought them, it's too much. Kevin's running late, he's stuck in traffic. He's at about 20 minutes.
Got it? How are you? Jennifer? Yeah.
Yeah, good.
How are you?
Is that how are you?
Doing well yourself?
How you doing, sir?
I got it.
Nice to meet you. How are you?
See, I get to go next Thursday. Anything you want me to do for you?
Nothing to do there. Eat at the Denny's? Well, there's one of those, what it used to be years ago, the old school diner.
Oh, yeah. I'm running up and down back. Hey, you Saxon.
Oh, yeah, you gotta do that.
Oh,
This one, Michelle.
ladies and gentlemen, as we all are aware, we have a pretty packed schedule.
it is,
Starting
sir.
here in a few minutes, so if we can all have our seats, I'd like to start promptly at 4 o'clock. So we can move it right along.
And I got this one.
I wish you would have wanted that throw it away.
Call to action.
All
Students enjoy successful education experience. Leveraging their lives in the future.
Does he have one as well? I think it belongs to you.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
right.
One single.
Oh.
And Kevin, Mr. Ross.
Remember Texas?
It's on. That's perfect.
I'm not gonna tell you who.
Teacher, you know it by heart. Oh, I didn't read that one. Can you watch the camera and try to open it?
Sure.
It's already started.
I'm good with it.
Do I just move it if it's gonna hit? It looks like it's gonna hit, Scott. It's gonna hit it.
Shake that screen.
Oh, hold on. It's stuck.
I'll tell Michelle.
The little cord's not long enough.
Yes, for Mrs.
Good job, you guys.
Brown.
Kind of look like you don't know.
Almost being taxed.
Almost. Good afternoon, everyone. The South San Antonio Independent School District Budget Committee meeting will now come to order. Today is January 22nd, 2020. The time is 4 o'clock. Michelle, may I have a roll call, please?
Kevin Roscoe,
Present.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
Present.
Tony Prado.
Present.
If we can all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, Texas Pledge, prayer, and our call to action.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please bow your head in prayer. We come to you today asking for your blessing and help as we are gathered today. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand and ask that you would clearly show us how to conduct our work with the spirit of joy and enthusiasm. Give us the desire to find ways to excel in your work. We ask this in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Call to action. All students enjoy successful education experiences, empowering them to make decisions while enriching their lives in the future they create.
The first item on the agenda is citizens to be heard. We have Mr. Tom Cummings. Mr. Cummings, as you're aware, sir, it's 3 minutes, and once we get down to 30 seconds, I don't have my card, so I'll just raise my hand and kind of signal you.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Ms. Broadwell, no, okay. This is very upsetting.
Throwing you off there a little bit, Mr. Cummings.
Mr. Rodriguez, members of the board, members of the committee. My name is Tom Cummings, and I'm representing South San AFT. It's a welcome moment, but I'm working with it. And there's, since this is a budget committee, I'd like to address something that it really is almost an emergency classification. And that's that overwhelmingly our members at every campus have reported problems with having substitutes available. It leads to a huge rash of problems. Teachers having to planning and preparation time used to sub in another classroom, clerical staff and teacher assistants being taken away from their jobs, helping the kids and having to sub. Administrators having to cover a class or spending time finding staff available to cover a class. All of this means that their actual jobs aren't getting done to the full extent that they should be. And while it's a huge problem in South San, I can also report that it's an equally large problem in other districts. This is not unique to South San by any means. South San substitute pay is in line with other districts, but that doesn't make it attractive to subs. When you look at the budget now in the next few meetings, South San AFT urges you to actually raise the pay during this school year. It's not a big budget item, but it does have excellent payback to the school district and the students. But pay alone won't solve the problem of bringing in substitutes. Ms. Prado, at some time, you suggested a recruitment program to increase the availability of substitutes. We agree that that's an excellent idea. A program such as this is needed, and there are retired teachers who live in South San and in neighboring school districts who could be enticed to substitute if someone would go talk to them. The final problem is that there has to be a bigger emphasis on enforcing student behavior, good behavior, through the student code of conduct. If a substitute does not receive support in maintaining good student behavior, the substitute will not come back. And we've had that at several campuses, not a lot of campuses, but 2 anyway. We'll be discussing this concern with Ms. Nickel, but it's an urgent problem, so we brought that to you today since you are dealing with the budget. We urge you to act as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. That concludes the citizens to be heard portion. First item under discussion and possible action is review and discuss the budget committee procedures.
I just want to take a minute to go through these procedures which we adopted on February 19th. That was a Tuesday, so it couldn't have been a regular board meeting. We had this discussion earlier. There are a number of things there that are important. But before we get to that, I really want to say a few things regarding the work that has been done by the staff in the district. As you know as well, or better than anyone, we're working without we're working with an interim superintendent now. In some cases, interim superintendents are better than regular superintendents. I was one once, that's why. And we're blessed to have Dolores working with us. We don't have a CFO. We don't have a director of finance. We have other people working in chief of staff role, and that makes it a double role with director of purchasing and that sort of thing. So just on behalf of most cases, if no one else, I will say that they have really gone the extra mile and have really worked hard to do the things that constituents of South San would have them do and the things that you would have them do. In my opinion, you really should be proud of the effort that they've put forth. And we're certainly all everything to get a superintendent, and hopefully quickly behind that, a CFO, so that things somewhat normalize. We do have posted also that director of finance, I'll use that term, I don't know if it's exactly right, which if we can get that, we can go ahead and I think, but I do want to say that I am really appreciative and admiring the work that has been done here on behalf of the district. And as I told Gilbert earlier, if I'd known all the work they would have done, when I texted him last night, I'd been a little more informed, and I wouldn't have said some things that were not exactly accurate, given the stuff that had been done. A year ago, we formed this committee. Kevin asked me to put together some operating procedures, so I pulled some off the shelf, and you modified them, and these are your operating procedures. You can read them for yourself. But I do want to point out a couple things. You are empowered by these procedures to appoint some subcommittees to deal with specific topics if you so choose. We are governed by the Texas Open Meetings Act and the ramifications thereof. The membership is 3 members of the board, appointed by the president of the Board of Trustees, and we certainly want all 3 of you to participate in the committee's deliberations. Administrators are ex officio members of the committee, including superintendent, I should have put our interim superintendent, the CFO, and other administrators as designated by the superintendent. You can read about the officer selection and so forth. Responsibilities are pretty clear. I don't think we ever put together ground rules last year, but we seem to operate. But if you'd like for us to work with you on some ground rules by which we operate the committee, we'd be happy to do that. Just let me know what you'd like for us to do. Attendance is obviously important to us. The chairman will provide dates of future meetings, so let's get together on that so that we can complete our budget preparation calendar, and so that we'll have the meetings on our calendar so that we don't have to have any guesswork on that in the future. With that said, back to Reed.
Thank you, Dr. Gruppel. Committee members, without objection, we will accept the budget committee, adopt the budget committee procedures. Chair hears no objection. The committee procedures are adopted. Moving on to item number 2, consider and discuss media review from administration concerning the 2019-2020 annual budget. Dr. Gruppel.
Well, you see around you here what has become a work group examining where we stand with the 2019-2020 budget. We had several conversations about this in December, and Dr. Gilcrease asked me to give that some thought and help determine what we needed to do as it related to the 2020 budget. We had some concerns about the exact placement of some of the allocations and so forth, and after a significant amount of thought, I recommended to move forward with a mid-year budget review process where we took a look at making sure that the dollars were allocated where they were intended to be allocated and should have been allocated. We are in the midst of that at this time, and we'll talk in just a minute about exactly where we are and what we've done. We also we're replacing anyone who leaves, but we're basically not hiring any new people at this point in time. And we're not taking on any new requests for new funding or anything like that, new projects. We will come to you during the February process, and that's an important thing, is we need to get Mr. Rodriguez that next budget committee meeting set today if we can before we leave. Not necessarily in the meeting, but before we leave today, so that we know how much time we have remaining, because that's going to be a very substantial budget amendment. It's going to require it's going to require significant preparation and presentation before we can move forward with it, we think. We've been a little bit pleased that we haven't found, at least to my knowledge, Sherry's looking at me like I'm a little behind on this, but we haven't found as many problems as we thought might be present, and that's good news. But we're keeping looking because we want to be sure everything is where it's supposed to be, that the numbers are what they are supposed to be, and that an adequate amount of money is allocated for the operations anticipated in the district through August 31st. Jeff, did you want to say anything before we move forward?
Might say a couple of things. I know we're talking about the 1920 budget, and obviously I was late to the dance, but I appreciate y'all letting me in the door to actually see the dance. So there are, as Dr. Gruppel alluded to, there are lots of things that are in place that are great. We've had to reconstruct some things to try to figure out how this budget was built, because there are a lot of people in the room that were not in the room at the time that the last budget was developed. So I watched the board meetings where the budget was developed and discussed and eventually adopted, and I had to watch it a couple of times to catch up as to what was going on, because there were some moving numbers towards the end, but the staff has nailed every entry as I could see the adjustments that needed to be made in accordance with the action was taken. So that's the first thing that I wanted to do, was verify that the budget that is in place now is the budget that the board intended to be adopted that night. And we know there are some things that are going to have to move as we move through this year, but I think the intent of the board was met in the budget that was adopted. I know there was a somewhat large amendment that was done shortly thereafter to restore some of the cuts that were made in the process, and we feel good about that as far as the numbers adding up to what we anticipated that they would be. One of the biggest issues that I see with the current budget, we've got a great handle on expenditures. We know what expenditures look like, and again, we're going to have to move some dollars and find some dollars. But the revenue piece is the big missing link at this point. I know it's no secret that House Bill 3 was a beast, and I don't know of anybody that is not still working towards understanding House Bill 3. A huge part of that was the school finance portion of it, and our comp ed numbers, and kudos to the district for using the community eligibility provision, which allowed each of the students in the district to have a free lunch, and allowed us to get rid of some of the paperwork that had occurred. But we got comfortable with the comp ed process that basically every student qualified for comp ed funding. How we distribute those monies are a completely different conversation. But then we move into House Bill 3 and the use of census block data. And myself not accepted, I still have yet to find somebody that can adequately explain what the census block information looks like. So there's been a lot of prognostication. Even at TEA, there's a task force of CFOs that have been assembled to write the rules for how we do the census block data and the comp ed data. But here's the deal: that is revenue that is going to hit this year, and we need to get a good beat on that, so we don't come May or June and have a windfall of resources that show up once the students have already left. We need that money working for us now, because there's no secret that we have needs within our district. So that is something that we are working on diligently. We've been working with Isabel Leyva in our PEIMS department, who has accepted the challenge and is providing data and assisting us with that process. And basically every one of our students live in a census block, and we've got to identify where they are. And I know it's just data, but when you're talking about 8,000 students, some of those records we have, some of those we don't have. But we're working on pulling that together, and then we'll know what each student is generating, and we can roll that up. And certainly hope to meet our revenue expectations, but also maybe we can exceed those expectations. That's the hopefulness in me. But one thing is for sure, we need to get that spot on to where we can make decisions as we move forward, because it will impact us as we move into next year's budget as well. But again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'll again echo Dr. Gropel's comments about staff. I say for the holiday 2 weeks that I went home and actually missed being here. I have been here every week since the middle of December. I've been able to work with the staff, and my respect for them has only grown as we've gone through this. They have some challenges, no question about it. I know that you guys are working towards addressing those challenges, and we will be the best South Central County ISD school district that we can be, and our finances are going to be rock solid, and we won't. I think a lot of our concerns are based on the fact that we don't have certainty, we don't know, but we are going to know, we are going to have certainty, and we're going to be in good shape.
Well, that's definitely tremendous to hear. Thank you.
You want to call on maybe talk to the staff?
Yeah, staff, I would appreciate each of you that would desire to do so, to talk about your process in this mid-year verification that we're working on, maybe identify some of the challenges that we're still facing, just so everybody's in the know. Ms. Seaman, would you like to?
She's done more than anyone else.
And she still smiles.
She's
That's good.
It's been a learning experience, but I know that there's a lot more to do. We have enough to pay our employees right now. That makes everybody happy.
Okay, my turn, I guess. So just one of the things that we've been doing collectively, we meet once a week with Ms. Sadejo, Ms. Claudita, Ms. Seaman, and then the department directors of the effective functions that we're looking at. We're doing a personnel review and a position by function review. Make sure everything is coded correctly. If it's questionably coded, we're taking that into consideration, deliberating about it, and come to consensus that yes, this is the right code that we should use, or we need to reclassify this. Reaching out to Region 20, definitely reaching out to Jeff, Dr. Gropel, been a tremendous help. So I'm still wide-eyed, but going through this process, I'm learning a lot. I know a lot of things that I didn't know before. Some things I don't care to know. But it's going to be a tedious process. We're doing it weekly, and hopefully we're going to we're going to generate a good budget product to come for next year. So along that, still got some progress at Ola Bottles and some other projects throughout the district. And it's an ongoing thing, so we talk about that every board meeting. So I think the biggest thing is probably is Jeff alluded to, one of the other things now we're going to turn the expenditures and look at a February budget amendment. It's going to be quite significant. So please take Advil if you need to. We do anticipate that it's going to be pretty good.
I think we're ready to move forward.
And we
Michelle.
are.
All right. I don't believe this item requires any action. We'll move on to the third item. Consider and discuss administration's proposed budget calendar for the 2020-2021 annual budget.
Yes, you have a copy of the proposed or the draft budget calendar in your packet. If you don't have that at the ready, I'm happy to cycle those around. There is a business services calendar that exists and has existed for some time within our district that identifies business services responsibilities as we move through the budget process. We know that the board meetings are calendarized, and so we know what that process looks like. But I felt that it was important that we come up with a calendar that not only identified key dates, but it also identified the parties that are responsible. And with my teaching background, I love varied colors, and so we've used a blue and a green. I'm happy to change those colors anything you want, but I thought they stood out this way. But the items that you see, that's
They're
Not,
red,
not red in the budget. In the
Red.
budget.
No, red in the calendar.
Green and black.
But the items that you see in blue there are responsibilities of either the board of trustees as a whole or the budget committee. And as you see, if you look at legal statute, it's the superintendent's responsibility to create a budget or cause a budget to be created, but it's the board's responsibility to approve it and provide input everywhere along the way. So we have sought to provide ample opportunity for the board to address the pain points. Y'all are the ones that are out in the communities. Each of you represent a distinct community. You know what the needs are of your community, and we have to coalesce around what is best for the district as a whole. But lots and lots and lots of y'all's involvement is going to be required in this process. As you see the green, those are things that staff are responsible for, and staff can be the CFO or HR, or there's even outside entities such as the Central Appraisal District that will provide our values and assist us in the process of setting tax rates. But all of this is part of a whole that it's going to take everybody coming together to adopt the absolute best budget that we can for our kids. We got a huge bump through House Bill 3. It enabled us to do some things. We're not going to see those additional dollars infused. So it's ever. Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
we're in
that.
our own.
But we've got to make sure that we're spending our dollars in the best place. And again, there's not one single person that knows where that best place is. So again, we've got to come together as a group and work through this. And education of our board, of our community is of paramount importance. And I think there are ample opportunities throughout this budget calendar. But obviously, we're sitting January 22nd. There are several items that would have normally occurred or should occur in a given year. And I mentioned this being a draft form, but it is my hope that this is a calendar that we can cleave to in the years to come, and we always know what's going to happen when. There's some no-brainers on here. We know that we're going to adopt the budget, most likely the last regular meeting that we have in August. We're going to set the tax rate at the last regular meeting that we have in August. We should be looking at 19 and 20's budget amendments when that last August meeting rolls around. But then you see some things that follow on after the budget adoption that we need to do. We'll have to adopt the tax roll, and we also need to approve reappropriations. And what a reappropriation is, and pardon me if this is a message that has already been heard, but I think it's important we talk about it as a group. A reappropriation is when something is supposed to occur in a given fiscal year, we've committed the money. We're going to hire you to speak at a graduation, say. And you have spoken at the graduation, but you're a little slow in delivering us a bill. We don't get a bill until after the fact. Well, we've already closed the budget out, or it could be a set of technology equipment, or it could be a school bus. The board has already guaranteed that the money will be there. We've committed it, but we can't spend it in that year, so we recognize that as a reappropriation. And so in the instance of a bus that doesn't come in, a Yellow Dog is about $93,000 right now. So if that Yellow Dog does not come in, we've got the money earmarked for it, guess what? It goes to fund balance. And it makes it look like, man, they had a good year, they added $93,000 to fund balance. Oh, and then the Yellow Dog bill shows up. Well, we can't punish next year's budget for the Yellow Dog that hadn't shown up yet, so we reappropriate the same fund balance that we added, but we need to get that calendarized to where we do it and we can talk about it as much as it needs to be talked about, and we can move on from it. It's just a good practice to have it in place. You will see items in this calendar, finance committee meetings that are to be determined. I think it's important that this committee meet, certainly no less than on an every 6 weeks basis during the school year, because what are the elements that drive our funding for our kids? Well, attendance is one of those. Tax collections is another one of those. State values are another one of those that we're having to become Nostradamus and predict a year and a half out what our tax values are going to be, because it's part of this year's formula. Just a big change there. And then our comp ed numbers, we know there's some change there, but ideally you would receive more than just financials from the district, but you would receive estimates of revenue and trending expenses on a per 6 weeks basis. And then guess what? At the end, there are absolutely no surprises. And we can make predictions, or we can use trend analytics to build things for the future, but nobody's ever going to get it right. And in a prior role, I used to fret over not being able to identify what fund balance was going to look like. And my controller called me in one day and she said, you need to know something. There were a lot of smart people before you that have tried to do this. It's a moving target. We just need to update that which we know on a continual basis, and y'all develop the expectation to hear that from staff, because it's good information to have. I love the idea of the committee structure, because it allows you 3 board members and staff the opportunity to dig into this with all 32 teeth, all 206 or 7 bones, however many you have, to dig into it. It's nearly impossible for an entire board to get into the level of detail that the committee structure can get into. So I'm appreciative of that opportunity, and I hope there's trust that is built between the entire board and this committee process, and that we go through and follow these steps and build an absolutely amazing budget. So you'll see the compensation plan. And again, these are target dates. We can move these however we want to move them, but at some point we'll need to develop a compensation plan for next year. How do we know what that looks like? Well, again, we have to go in and look at student trends and look at state funding and the experience of our teachers. I mean, there are all kinds of things that go into it, but the board can step in, ratify a compensation plan, and then staff knows everything to put into the budget as we plan moving forward. Something else that I have not seen within the inner workings of the district, and again, there's the institutional knowledge that sometimes is lacking when we've got new people in all of our positions. But what does the staffing standard for our district look like? What is it? What is the target that we're trying to hit? Because we as staff take a target and we move, but that is an item that could be considered every year. And if we need to up our class size, that's an opportunity to do that. If we need to decrease our class size, that's an opportunity to do it. And I know class size is a huge topic. I had a discussion with Floyd one day, and I introduced myself, and she said, "Oh, you're the guy that cut my health insurance." And I'm like, "Well, if somebody's got to own that, I guess I will. I guess I'll own that." And I said, "Let me ask you a question. How many students do you have in your class?" And she said, "I have 18 kids in my class." I said, "Okay." I said, how do you feel about 19? How do you feel about 20? How do you feel about 21? How do you feel about 22? And she said, "That's the law." And I said, "I know what the law is. How do you feel about it?" And she said, "Well, I've had it a couple of times." And I said, "Well, how do you feel about 24? And she's like, "No way." And I said, what if I paid you $3,000 more? And she said, you got my interest. And so, I won't bore you with John Hattie's meta-analysis of class size, but those are high-level district decisions that, you know, that we set the standard, and then we expect everybody to adhere to that standard. So lots of things like that that are built into this calendar. Again, we've got some TBDs on dates that will be up to you guys to set. There will be some corrections in here, but this gives us a good blueprint for moving forward and adopting that budget. There's time spent with the CFO and HR, having meetings with campus principals and department heads. There's the date for budgets to be passed out and budgets to be collected. There's a date to give the superintendent the first blush of the budget. There's a date to give the entire board the first blush of the budget. But it just outlines what we need to be doing when and who needs to be at the table while we're doing it.
Could I add just a little bit in terms of previews of coming attractions for this committee? We've already talked significantly about a February mid-year review, which will include a significant budget amendment. I would hope that by March we can talk to you about staffing. If we can't, shame on us. We need to be able to do that. By April, then we should be able to start talking revenue. Those things add into the need to discuss compensation a little bit, because by May 20th, I believe it is, we're planning at least a board workshop. So we have to be on track to get all those revenues and expenditures projected. Keep in mind one thing, as Jeff was talking about fund balance earlier, those estimates will change too. I know sometimes boards get confused, concerned, whatever word you want to use there when numbers change. But the only thing we know for sure in budget preparation is the numbers will change from time to time. It's not a function of our trying to deceive anyone or anything like that. It's a matter of new information. Okay? And there will be some more new information. House Bill 3, I lived through House Bill 72. Not too many in the room did, but I did, which was...
H. Ross Perot did too. God rest his soul. He passed away this week.
He did. That was in 1984. And other than that, this year, and maybe even more than that, this year has been a bigger financial adjustment than any other I recall. The reason House Bill 72 and 84 was probably bigger is we completely changed the way districts were funded. They were funded on a per teacher basis. You added up all your funds and divided by number of teachers, and that's how many teachers you got. And then you had these stacks of paper about this tall called personnel rosters that the poor personnel person had to go through and make sure we had all those people working for us. And then you had to figure out which ones to put in local money and which ones to put in federal money and all those kinds of things. This time we have a lot more technology to fight that war. And also we didn't change the entire system. We made some heavy tweaks to the system, but we didn't change the entire system from like a teaching-based revenue system to a student-based revenue system. We went from how many dollars equals how many teachers to how many students equal how many dollars in revenue in 84. And we were really scratching our head back then as we have now too. We would certainly hope that by June we're closing in on this budget. And one of our goals, one of our charges, as far as I'm concerned, is to make sure regardless of who it is, has the capacity to conduct an orderly budget preparation process. If we don't do that, we got to stay longer. Maybe at a reduced rate, stay longer. We have to leave you, we have to leave you feeling that you have a grasp of the basics of what we're doing in the budget preparation process. I agree with a lot of, I agree with everything that Jeff said, but this is very similar to what I'm accustomed to. We did a little different, but we'll learn someday. No, there's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say, and there's nothing substantially different than what he proposed from what I would propose as well. Anybody else need to say anything, want to say anything to the board about budget calendars?
I have a question, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman. Jeff, where it says Finance Committee, is that the Budget Committee or is that a district?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We've vacillated in our meetings calling it both things, because honestly, there will be matters other than the budget, but we're named Budget Committee, so we will make those changes.
That's fine.
A more typical name is Finance Committee.
That's
I'm probably
fine.
guilty of that just as well.
The other question I have is, I'm hearing that HB3, we have not benefited yet from all of HB3 that was allocated to districts, such as the comp ed. That has not been figured out yet, that we may still be able to get some money at some time, we don't know when.
Yes, ma'am. I'll walk you back 4 budget cycles, and I'm not very good with math. No, I'm actually pretty good. But we have had just an ever so slight variance. We were sitting in the high 8,000s or right at 9,000 on our comp ed numbers. And sometimes it's $1,100 a student, sometimes it's $1,000 a student, but it was always within that range. And once we went CEP, our comp ed number did level out. Well, the estimate in House Bill 3 is that our comp ed number is going to be closer to 13,000. So that's a huge jump, same number of kids, but there's a larger number of them that are identified. And if we go across the front row, we talk about census blocking. He's in 1, he's in 2, you're in 3, she's in 4. Each of those have a different weight within the formula. So you may be a 2.2 contributor to comp ed, and she may be the 1.4 contributor. Everybody's greater than 1, but some of them are higher than others. It's all based on that census block information. So we have baked in the estimate of 13,000 for comp ed, but that's, it could be higher than that, it could be lower than that. That is somebody's best guess, and there are a lot of smart people in this state, and the people that I have trusted in this process, they have even struggled with that. So it's something that I have never had a budget or finance committee meeting that I've not talked about the comp ed process and where we are in the identification of that. That's just because it's a large driver of revenue, but it's never been more important than this year because the flex is in there that was not in there before. Same thing with our early education allotment. House Bill 3 sought to fund full-day pre-K for students, but the dollars that it delivered have nothing to do with the number of pre-K. It has to do with the low socioeconomic early education, which is grades 2 through 5, and they fund you based on that in hopes that those dollars produce an appropriate amount to fund. So the legislature held true with their promise to fund full-day pre-K, but the formula is pretty wonky, honestly. So again, that's dyslexia is something that we are having to, we've always served dyslexia, but it's just been a component of our education process. If a child has a need, we seek to meet that need. Now then, we are funded for them, whereas we weren't before, and we've got to ensure that our identification of those students is in shipshape. We have to ensure that our identification of bilingual, of comp ed, of all these weights, the weights have never been more important than they are right now. And they're still confusing, even in the month of January, year of our Lord 2020.
Wow.
We have I would consider an expert on that in our office, so as part of your contract, we'll call on him to examine.
see for the second part of the biennium as far as funding?
Second part of the biennium, we are going to see very little funding. There's going to be further tax compression. You know, we compress our rate down, and there will be a little bit more compression. There's not a lot of money that's set to enter into the formula, but again, that's a great question. And we will need to look at that biennial approach. But we're struggling. Everybody in the state is struggling with the first year, so very little attention has been paid to the next year in the biennium. But it'll obviously have to be in our budget development process. Great question.
Wish we could answer it.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's all I have.
Committee members, anybody else have questions? Okay, so without objection, we'll adopt the budget calendar. Chair, there's no objection. The budget calendar is adopted. Item number 4, discussion and possible committee action concerning the creation of a new facilities committee pursuant to district policy BDB local.
The reason that I asked to put that on the agenda, and we've all talked about it certainly, is we know that there's a lot of facility work that we refer to as deferred maintenance. If you want to read something about deferred maintenance, I wrote a dissertation once that has a lot of data about deferred maintenance on it. And if you're having insomnia, especially, I'll see if I can dig that out. I pretty much, I have guaranteed the cure for insomnia with that dissertation. But much more importantly, we're going to ask you guys to tell us a little bit about some facts related to our deferred maintenance levels. But as Jeff said earlier, this committee, whether you call it finance or budget or finance and budget or business or whatever you want to call it, has a full-time job monitoring, preparing all those things, the budget, everything we have to do with the budget, in our opinion. Obviously, you have your own opinions, but we also know that there needs to be some facility work done. We know there's no motivation for a bond issue at this point in time, but we know that at some point there will be, there must be. And we want the district to be prepared. So we are saying, we are asking you to support with the full board the creation of a facilities committee or whatever term you want to, whatever title you'd like to put on that, so that when that time comes, we're prepared. We don't have to start work on preparation when we should be starting work on the work. Okay? So, Chad.
So just some of the things that we have identified, for instance, Benavides HVAC project, that's already something that was on the books to be completed since 2016. We have not done that project. Shepherd HVAC units, right now 74% of those are 2002 models. Five Palms, 56% of those are 2002. Price, we have a partial roof replacement that needs to take place there. Dwight, the D-wing, which is where our the stem. So that roof also is 24 years old. And then the CT roof at the high school right now is 24 years old. So these are projects that have been put on hold. Not quite sure the various reasons. I can speak to Benavides, and the other ones just money hasn't been allocated for those projects. And so those are just a few. We do have a facility assessment going to begin at the end of April. That will be a comprehensive district-wide, which will give us and the committee a better, it'll give the staff a better picture to provide to the committee where we should focus our resources for it. And so that, like I said, begins at the end of April. I spoke to the representative. It would take probably with a district our size about 6 months. But it's going to be a comprehensive, thorough examination of our entire district's facilities.
Did you say district-wide?
Tasman. Yes, ma'am, it's district-wide.
District-wide,
Mr. Becerra, can you share the original one that had been done maybe a few years
Yeah,
back?
so that was in 2015, so we did have facilities assessment. It was conducted by Garza. And so we feel that a more comprehensive, user-friendly, I think right now is what we're looking for, and up-to-date information. So we do have one from 2015. We sat down with several, I shouldn't say several, a few vendors on who can provide us a good product, and we selected Tasman as the entity to provide us that information.
So the initial assessment will take about 6 months, and then every annually they'll update the assessments also. And that does include an ADA assessment for accessibility for areas throughout the district too. So it's a 3-year project with initial information we should have 6 to 7 months time. Give us a really good idea of where we're at.
Great. I think we do need something like that, so we know exactly where we are. And like Mr. Becerra said, where we need to focus resources to get them.
And again, that's the reason for our encouragement to you. This is a massive undertaking when we're starting with, proverbial clean sheet to the finish line. So we just think there needs to be a body to deal with that directly, not be burdened with the budget and all the problems associated. I should say all the opportunities associated.
Thank you. You didn't use this coaching words.
Yeah. So that's the background for our desire on that. Obviously, it's your call.
Any members, any other question? Anybody have a
I do
question?
have a question, and to Dr. Grobel, because it's a facilities committee and it's going to deal with money and how that money is going to be spent. I know that you're concerned about the budget committee and having all this work to have to do to improve our budget, but would that not go hand in foot with the budget committee? I mean, would it be unreasonable then to have the same committee members that are on the budget committee on the facilities committee?
What I thought of is I would maybe recommend that you have some crossover, so that you have, we've done that in the past in some committees where we had a member or two on both committees, but a member or two who weren't on both committees, so they might be free to do a little extra work if necessary. It's absolutely imperative that you suggest that there be cooperation between those committees, especially if we don't have bond money or something and facility work absolutely must be done, then we have to go to the local budget. So I think you make a good point. I think you can have some crossover. If it were up to me, I would certainly recommend having some people who had a little more time to do some work and bring it back to the committee. I just think it's too big an operation to have the same group burdened with that. That's my view.
But what I'm hearing from you, Dr. Grobel, is, yes, have other committee members as well, maybe other board members, but I think of the recommendation to have at least 1 or 2 budget committee members on there as well in the facilities committee.
I think that would be advantageous.
I think so.
If you were ever going to consider community members for one of these committees, that facilities committee would be a good one to consider that. That's entirely the board's decision. I have been blessed in the last 25 years, longer ago than that. Anyway, with having incredibly good community members on board committees. I know that some people don't feel like that's the best practice. Maybe I was just blessed, but we're blessed to be in some districts where the community members really serve the district well. But somebody really within the time that thing is ready in 6 months, at the very outside, needs to be charged with facilities responsibility.
Could I add a comment to that, please? My experience with having two different committees, a facilities committee and a finance or a budget committee, has been this. One is focused on the bricks, and the other is focused on the bucks. And yes, they have to work in conjunction, but it's also a wonderful opportunity for a myriad of board members to serve a role and take on that. If you want to look at a law practice or you want to look at a medical practice, everybody is called doctor, but also everybody has a different specialization. And so it gives you the opportunity to build capacity within your board. But we've got some remodeling going on. We're not building a new school right now per se, but imagine if we were, the amount of participation that would be required with boards and committee. The deferred maintenance outcome. Yes, a budget committee or a finance committee is responsible for appropriating budget to address priorities, but how do you establish what those priorities are? We can identify what's near and dear to us, but if you take a committee approach to looking at the sum total, and some people have time to be involved in everything, some people don't have enough time to be involved in everything, but it's going to be board driven, and anytime you have a committee meeting, you create a comprehensive set of minutes, and those are distributed to the remainder of the board. Hope that they take the time to look at it in consideration. But we talked about the deep dive that this committee is going to have to take into the budget process. I suspect that we could be deep enough in this process that we're not going to be able to be that deep into the facilities situation at the same time. I mean, that's just looking, if we just want to look at where we are as a whole, how do we set where we are, what are the behaviors that have put us here, I think it's addressing some of that. So I think it's your call.
It is your call. What I might suggest, I've seen this a time or two, is a member of the finance committee is a liaison to the facilities committee, and the facilities committee likewise as a liaison member to the finance committee. We're calling you finance committee, that's how old have it. And I have to preach one more sermon, and I think I slipped around Mr. Rodriguez one time that when you get ready to really sell bonds, you make sure you've got the most professional financial advisor and underwriters and lawyers and so forth that you could possibly have.
And I'll finish with this one. Just a little history, because I'm probably the oldest on the board here. There was a bond committee formulated, I'd say maybe 2015, 16. If I'm wrong, Mr. Bisetter, you were here at the time, but Dr. Saavedra, we were actually going to do a bond. And we formed a committee with community members, business partners came in, we had staff, part of it, board members. It was a really good bond committee with a lot of input, and everybody had an opportunity to say, what would you like to see happen with this bond? Everybody gave the input and we came up with a list. It came to a halt when TEA came. So don't know if the information is still here, what's happened to it, but it was a very good formulated committee with a lot of input from the community. We were ready to go for the bond because we knew we had a lot of schools that were old and needed repair, roofs, as they said, other things that we need. But it was a good working committee because it had business people, it had community members, it had teachers, it had principals, it had everything you could think of. And there was a lot of work put into it. We even had the architect come in to give us some ideas of the cost. And like I said, it kind of fell by the wayside because TEA came in with their investigation.
Sure.
So is this district going to need a bond? Absolutely. But I guess my question is, until this SAI gets resolved, although Hardendale, even with the SAI, they had a bond and they passed it. So maybe it's not so far-fetched. Maybe we can look at possibly a bond in the near future.
It's amazing why some bonds pass and some don't. It's inexplicable. Ask the people in Midland who had to have, I don't know how many recounts, at least 3 public recounts, and finally figured out that it had failed. But ask people who have had, and there are numerous districts that have had a bond election and a TRE, and prior to that, a tax rollback election, a real rollback election on the same day, and passed will prosper of the North Texas of growing what was then a small district. It's now 168 high school, and probably in 5 years it'll be 268 high school. They had both of them on the same day. They're going to maximize the whole tax rate, both M&O and INS, with 1,800 students, and they passed the election with 80% of the vote. Figure that out. They voted for projects that was 10 years ago, and they're finishing those projects. $650 million
Amazing.
with 1,800 students.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or input?
No.
Just let me say this about bonds. 45.0031 cannot have a bond issue, the sale of which is going to put you above 56. We're at 48.
And we also have to have an audit before we do a bond.
We have to have an audit before a TRE, not a bond.
Oh, okay, so not for a
We
bond?
can do a
Oh, I was
TRE,
confused.
but we only get,
So she's talking about the efficiency study that's required prior to doing a TRE. That's why we have
Yes.
to-
Okay.
above 2.5% increase. You do up to 2.5% increase.
Okay. Committee members, without objection, we'll forward the recommendation to the full board of trustees for the formation of a facilities committee. Chair hears no objection. The recommendation will be forwarded to the full board of trustees on the formation of a facilities committee. Item number 5, final item, is the presentation and discussion concerning the 2018-2019 financial audit report.
I think we've come to that from a timing standpoint, just about perfect. So congratulations for doing what we talked about, and what it was inspired to me, I guess. So we have said a number of things. I apologize to Mr. Rodriguez for talking about something that I knew nothing about last night, but there are some findings in the audit, and we'll turn this over to others in just a second. But we would normally, and we're going to here, formulate a corrective action plan with responsibilities and actions, due dates and all that sort of thing, and we will do that. But we have sent to you, and I hope you saw it, an amended response this afternoon.
It's up under.
Apologize for I had a reason for not being here yesterday, but I don't want to talk about it. At any rate, Jeff, you want to take the audit?
Yeah, sure. We know that the audit will be, you'll have a discussion with the auditor during the regular board meeting that will happen later. But we as staff wanted to take the opportunity to talk about some of the things that are contained in the audit. We're not going to get into fund balance. We're not going to get into OPEB, and we're not going to get into depreciation and all the other things that you're, you know, the wonderful things that you're gonna hear this afternoon. But, you know, there were several things that were identified within the audit, and we know that we've got to do better. As we look around the room, there's not a lot of people present that caused some of these actions, but at the same time, it's still South San Antonio ISD. We're still responsible for the results, and we're gonna own that. We're gonna work to fix it and correct it. Do we want a 100? We want a 100 every time we take a test, and the audit is a test. And we study for all of these things. They only test for a small portion. They can't test us on everything. We didn't make 100. We did not. We fell way short of our capabilities on this. But we just wanted to talk through some of the findings, and it's not to steal the auditor's thunder, because they are going to say what they're going to say, but we're going to be involved in that process very little. That's a discussion with the board and the auditor. So we just wanted to talk, informally, if you will, about some of the things that we've experienced with the audit, and just because the auditors identified something, I don't want you to think that we weren't aware of it, or we didn't know the coding issue, the Function 41 coding issue. We knew about that before the auditors did, and rightfully so. We've been working in that environment for a year or more. But what had happened, it was discussed as a discussion and possible action in I believe it was May 2019, and the board was updated on what that looked like, but there was not a recommendation made. There wasn't any action taken. But as we look, those positional reclassifications had actually occurred in April. Okay, so before it was brought to the board's attention, and one of the questions that we received was, do those items have to come to the board for their approval? And no, they don't. But that's a great opportunity to apprise this committee. And here's the deal: nobody in this room messed up. We're trying to fix it. That's what we're trying to do. But when the board adopts a budget, they adopt it at the fund and function level. If you are familiar with the account coding system, the fund is $199 for general fund, and $211 for Title I, and $255 for Title II Part D, and $240 for fund service. Y'all are familiar with that structure. The function is 31, which is counseling; 34, which is student transportation; 36, which is co and extracurricular activities; 11, which is instruction. So y'all adopt the budget at that level. But I don't know what your budget development process looked like, but that's what we adopt in the end, is the fund and the function level. But when we are talking about a budget, we need to be talking about it in object major form. 6100 is payroll, it's human capital costs; 6200 is contract services; 6300 is supplies; 6400 is miscellaneous. But we need to talk about that with the granularity, and we need to fully understand the board's intent of what the budget is, lay the budget out, and we're going to have to make adjustments within that. But what happened with Function 41, we took people's salary and we coded part of it out of that salary, out of that function, and moved it to say 11. What that does is that brings down your administrative costs. Is that gaming the system? That's absolutely gaming the system. We don't need to do that. If our administrative costs are too high, guess what? We need to adjust our behavior. It's not a coding issue. But for whatever reason, with personnel other than ourselves, and we don't fully understand what the motivation was for doing that. We just know that on our first rating, we have had administrative cost ratio issues in the past, and this is a fix. But that's putting something together with duct tape and baling wire, and we need to have everything coded properly. So we're already on top of that. But the problem is, if that action happened 2 years ago and it was never corrected, guess what the new budget was developed on? That information. Because we do a whole lot of, same as last year. I mean, Mr. Roscoe, you probably doing the same thing this year that you did last year, paid with the same fund code, right? And so if we demonstrate some bad behavior and we don't reverse that, now bad behavior is not the right word. But if we don't get those things corrected, the work that we're doing right now, we can go retroactive to September 1, the beginning of our fiscal year, which is great. That's where it needs to be. But equally as important, potentially more important, because we don't want to repeat the same mistakes, it will be in place for the September budget that we adopt. So, absolutely needed to have attention called to it. It's not the first year that it's happened. We talk about our investment report issue that's on there. We are not diversified enough. If you two can look exactly the same, y'all can be the same type of fund, and the performance is going to be the same for the district. So we're not harming the district from an ongoing standpoint, but if all of our money is with you and you happen to fail, then we've lost all of our money. So that's the purpose of diversification. The district has not been harmed in any way, but as I look at and I've got an investment background, I teach the investment course for TASBO, the certification class, but as I look at our investment policy, we can do some things different. We can, we want policy to allow us to do things, but also ensure that we do the things that we are setting the policy for, the reason for which we're setting it for. So we are taking steps immediately to move assets, and we are 100% in schools for our general fund assets. And this is something that the board sees on a quarterly basis. And it's in our audit for the current year, but as we look back, we haven't been in compliance with policy since 2016. But the auditors looked at it this year. Doesn't mean that because they didn't identify it last year that it wasn't a problem, because it was a problem. And when you have turnover, just like some of the entries, some of the adjustments that would normally been made at the end of the year, the last day of the year, we did not have a CFO. We didn't. And those are management type decisions that have to be made. I'm not making the excuse for the investment policy. I only say that we need to review comprehensively the investment policy, make sure that it meets the desires of the board. Legality is no problem. It's just a matter of being compliant with the allocations that we have set forth.
So it's an issue of concentration, it's not necessarily what kind of investment, it's
That's
just all
correct.
in compliant with one
That's
product.
correct. But we could diversify into 150 different investments and we'd be compliant, but that might not be what's best for us. And the worst thing that you can do is while you are investing school funds is to develop a strategy and call it good. And we've called our strategy good for 3.5 years that I can see that we've been setting in those pools. There are times, and what you have to do is look at what is the market asking for? What asset class is needing money, supply and demand? And the pools are great right now. We're earning at 2% in the pools, but I can take you back 4 years when the pools were paying 15 basis points. And you could get 100 basis points in your local bank. And there were districts that just left it in the pool. And yeah, we've got great relationships with our pools. They're great for Texas schools, but we need to be placing our assets where they're going to best perform for our students. And have an allocation model and active management that's not just stick it there and
So do we have to change, are we looking at then changing our policy?
we would come to you with a recommendation and we would hear it in this committee and talk about the whys. One of the things that are in our investment policy right now is that we can't have more than 25% in CDs. I would ask the question, why? We can't have more than 25% in the money market. I would ask the question, why? What is the limitation on that?
So I would agree, not in one financial institution, but not necessarily CDs in general.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. And in some instances, if a financial institution is collateralized enough, and that's the good thing about it. And the number one factor in investing school funds is not return on the money, it's return of the money. We always want to make sure that we've got liquidity and that we can get to it. But I'm just telling you, if I give each of y'all $1 and whoever's paying the higher interest rate, love you all, but I'm going to put the money where we're going to get the highest interest rate. And it's just active management. It's just lack of emphasis, lack of It's like an emphasis, I'll just stick with that.
Jeff, how often should we be reviewing the investment, different investment pool, the vendors, and how often should we make changes if needed?
Well, you are going to review your investment policy annually. You're required to do that by law. You should make changes that are necessary within the realm of that review process. I would assert that on an ongoing basis, if you have somebody sitting in the CFO chair that knows what they're doing and understands investing, they may not know anything about facilities, but if they know about investing, you know, it's the trust and verify, but you're getting those reports and ask questions anytime you want to. But it's going to be difficult for a committee or even a board to be nimble enough to move those assets. And a lot of times that's why people just put them somewhere and they leave them. But you know, we've got two investment officers within the district right now. Both of them are in a pinch hitting role. It's not where they normally make their money, but we are compliant with respect to that. But I think everybody will acknowledge that we can do better, and it starts with creating an investment policy that we can all feel good about, and then monitor those assets. You know, an investment officer is responsible for looking at the rating of and you're not going to have any problem with pools. You're not going to have any problems with CDs. You're not going to have any problems with money markets, and we shouldn't have to get too far out of that world. Again, it's about return of the money. But you know, we as investment officers are responsible for ensuring that the place that we have our money maintains a great rating, and have procedures in place in the event that rating drops. So we can do a lot of good really quick on this. And sometimes in order to improve, you just have to have somebody tell you you need to improve, and that's what the auditor is doing here. We've not broken any laws. We're just not complying with the policy that we set forth.
Thank you for that. I definitely look forward to that. We have about 13 minutes before we got to head downstairs. I wanted to see if we can touch on the remaining items.
Absolutely.
Just briefly.
Sure.
Yeah. So Jeff has already covered the general admin expenditures and then the compliance with investment policy. I'm going to just talk real quick about the purchases, what was notated less than $50,000. So I don't want to say in my defense, but I will say last year, fiscal year 18-19, I approved 7,165 purchase orders. Of those, one slipped through. I think that's a pretty good track record, and it had to do with and there was an assumption made on my part. I didn't fully verify everything that was presented, so I did definitely take the hit for that. Again, it was one out of 7,100. The amount of the purchase order was actually $32,500, and it was, the vendor stated that they were a member of the Bible Cooperative. They were actually a member. They wanted to order a contract with the Bible yet. So her assumption was that her tax ID number was the contract number that was awarded. After investigation, it wasn't that way. Remedied that situation immediately. First round of auditors, when we talked with them, it was identified to them at that time. They came back and asked subsequent questions, and we answered them as correctly as we could. So, again, it's not a violation of law. It's just it was a one instant violation of our policy. So, been corrected. Not going to say it won't happen again. We'll do our very best again to make sure that it's not an incident that we keep on. So you can rest assured with that. And then I'll touch again on the prevailing wages with contracts and everything too. So we identified our renovation contracts for Athens, West Campus, Kaizen, and Levi's. Purchases, the contractors developed through a job order contract, most expedient method at the time.
The purchasing cooperative has a certification process for all vendors that go through there. Part of that certification process is compliance with the Davis Code, which in a nutshell is the Prevailing Wages Act. It covers prevailing wages for the local area. It's a prevailing wage in general, not for a local area. So the proposal that was submitted didn't detail compliance with prevailing wages. However, their certifications with the purchasing entity certify that they do comply with the Davis Bacon Act. So use that. Going forward, any contracts that we develop through job order contract will have our district certifications attached to it. And as all our RFPs and RFQs go out, the meat and potatoes of the proposal is about 6 to 7 pages. The other 19 pages are certifications, our district certifications that we require. So going forward, any job order contract that we have will have the certifications attached to it, included with the vendor proposal.
I would say, Eric, unless you completed one of your RFPs recently, they're cumbersome enough. Congratulations.
Thank you.
One of the things I want to at least put on the table is that most of the auditor's comments were not violations of state law, but violations of our policy. Well, I said this at the time we adopted this, where we've got new sets of eyes on these policies and all this other stuff. If there's something wrong with the policy, if it's no longer efficient, the way that's in the policy, let's get that out of the table and let's change it. Because that's our benchmark. Nothing wrong with changing our procedures in terms of doing that. But if we put it down, the board's adopted this because of that SAI investigation in 2015, that we did it all in a mass and said it at the time. If something changes, if we need to do something different, we can't just ignore the policy. We just need to bring it up, change it, and go on with it. Nothing wrong with changing it, but we should ignore it.
And that is an amazing segue, and I appreciate it greatly, because capital assets is one of the things that we will hear in the audit as far as they're being concerned. If you look at our local policy on capital assets, it says simply this: a capital asset is any asset that could cost over $5,000 in value. Okay, we've got to do a better job than that. We've got technology devices that we need to be tracking and we need to be inventorying. And again, I want to brag on staff and the amount of work and the number of hats that they're wearing and the roles that they're playing, and they do it with a smile on their face. And as I look at it, my concern is the microfractures that are developing within things such as capital assets. We had a discussion yesterday. Who was responsible for inventory of those? And you can go to any number of districts you want, and you're going to find a different area of responsibility. It's going to lie with the CFO ultimately, and we don't have that. We don't have that position right now. It's just like the superintendent creating the budget or causing the budget to be created. The CFO is going to have to take care of those fixed assets or cause them to be taken care of. So there are just some things that are falling through the cracks, but we know about it. We've got to address it. Our software is brand new. You know, the Skyward Q system is. We are new into that process. Guess what? There is a fixed assets module that the last inventory that we can find is on a spreadsheet. And so, you know, we've got to get that into the system and make the system work for us. And when an asset comes in, you know, imagine if you got all these bills in the mail and you just threw them all the way across the house, and somebody came in to pay for them, to pay the bills. Well, where are all the bills? Well, we just got to tighten that process up. And it's the auditors are 100% correct and document that. We know we have to fix it. With regard to state comp and career technology information, again, those numbers have risen, they have fallen, they have vacillated greatly. But at the same time, we've got to have. I visited with Mr. and I'm going to say his name wrong, Mr. Lindo. Okay, Mr. Booz. I'm sorry, Mr. Booz. Well, I was visiting with him earlier, and he's, you know, he's in charge of federal programs. State Comp is not a federal program. Okay. State Comp is not a federal program, but money's come from the Fed. And we talked about it. He talked about the divide that existed between the business and finance team and him. Well, they got to be pulling in the same direction, you know? You know, they got to be a mule team. That one mule is not good for anybody. We need a mule team, and we've all got to be working in the same direction and identify those. Again, there are so many corrections, so many adjustments that get made towards the end, but we've got to have a good plan going in. How are we going to spend our state comp budget? That's not anything that ever gets asked in the process of passing the budget. Just like federal funds, it's not ever asked because you don't adopt the federal funds budget. But we need to know where those dollars are going. And so the auditors respond on and identify that. It's an easy fix. So be proactive and not reactive. And we really could have been reactive, but we didn't have the opportunity to be reactive because of a key departure at a very critical time.
I'm glad that we got a handle on it. Really quickly, in about 2 minutes or less, the information technology strategic planning and risk assessment. Really quick.
Yeah, Scott, I put what your responses in there, so if you want to talk about that just real quickly.
Just real high level.
Y'all can talk together, because you understand.
Well, just something high level that, you know, everybody can understand.
So, yeah, so part of the state laws now, we have to have a, just left my brain. A written security policy, which we didn't have prior. We had kind of procedures that we followed, but now we have a draft of security policy that we've been going through as a department. Jeremy Skays, our network administrator, he's the one that's heading that up. But the folks that I have in leadership in our department are going through that with him and developing some policies. We'll be bringing that to the board later this year. But just in general, some of the things that we do, we make sure that we've got a password policy in place. It's a complex password policy, so it's not, you can't just put in, like Sparky1 as your password. You gotta have some capitals, like some numbers and stuff there. We force staff to change it every 6 months. That's a little longer than what like the financial industry uses, but that's just because if we don't do it every 6 months, then password resets end up falling on like a break, Christmas break or summer break, and then we get folks that get locked out of their accounts. What?
1 minute.
1 minute, okay. Same thing for our email policies. So we have security policies in place. The one thing that was a target area for us was generic accounts at the elementary level, because our little kinder, first, and second graders have a real hard time typing in their full, ID and password. But we're working on a plan. In fact, it's going to be implemented this week, where students at that level can hold a QR code up to a Chromebook camera and have them auto-logged in automatically that way. So they'll actually still be using a username and password. They just won't have to type it until they get a little older. And that'll eliminate some of those generic user accounts that we were using for classrooms at that level.
Thank you so much.
One thing,
Yes, sir.
before you close the door,
Yes, sir.
we've been praising the staff for their work, and every bit of it was sincere and deserved. Thank you to the school board for everything they do.
Oh, well, thank you. No, you hit the nail on the head. I know that all this doesn't get done, and you talked about it the entire meeting with the staff, putting in the work to get all this information out and then get the remedy plans in place. So, this, we got to know what's broken before we got to fix it. Okay, so we appreciate those efforts. Committee members, do we have anything else before we adjourn? Or do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Meeting is adjourned. All right, it's a vote. And the time is 5:24.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. The minutes.
Board members, please count.
Yes, ma'am.
Did not pass.
Well, they got.
They are talking about something between 1.7 and 3.7.
Oh my gosh.
As little as 1.7, as much as 3.7. Well, You know, I was there when we passed the first 1.37 billion and there for the planning of the second 1.38 or whatever it was. And I remember making a state of the district speech as superintendent and saying, look, we're about to be through spending this 1 point, I called it 4, because rounded it was billion. I don't want to hurt any of you fine people's feelings, but we need that again. And in 3 years, you're going to have an opportunity probably, well, it was 4. But I also said you have at least 100 schools.
Downstairs.
Hmm?
Downstairs. Board of Education.
So, well, they're going to have to replace it.
Yeah, wow.
And here's the really bad news. Again, Kevin and I were talking a while ago, Kevin knows private or not, the cost of construction of schools, honest to God, in some cases, has tripled. I mean, a high school that used to cost 75 million, which was a lot, is 200. You can't get a high school very often for less than $300.
On the agenda,
Just in the construction industry or?
Yeah, it's all construction industry. Yeah, that's a lot easier answer than the one I was gonna give you, so stay with that. That's what it is. I mean, construction costs stayed flat for so long. And people who were accustomed to making, 150,000 were making 60,000, and they want that money back. So their margins had gotten literally razor thin. I will give them credit for that, because I was kind of in it. I was part owner of a program management business for 7 or 8 years, and the margins were, when you're talking margins, you're talking something between 15 and 30%. There, we were talking 5 or 6%. So it's a function of the construction industry. Materials, supplies, it's the whole rundown from scratch to
if it's growth, the student population in the entire state of Texas, and you throw Hurricane Harvey in there, and all the work, the school work, and typically you have groups of both architects, engineers, and constructors that serve the school arena, and there's just a lot going on in the school world right now from a growth standpoint. We talked about Prosper earlier, how they've grown up. Well, if you have a construction firm, you can't be everywhere at once. The labor shortage because of the oil field. And so you've got to pay more and more and more to get help. And those costs get passed along.
Yeah, it's the construction industry, but it's not that simple as to what has caused the construction industry to go up. It's not totally greed, but they were operating on a very thin margin for a while. I suspect that margin's increased. I don't know that. But
I think they, the top range of that, 3.7 billion, is that the state's largest one?
that would probably be the country's largest issue. I'm not certain of that. When we did the 1.37, it was the state's largest, but Houston did 1.84.
I did Cy-Fair.
Yeah, and then Cy-Fair has now come back and somebody went over 2,
Yeah,
didn't
I
they?
believe it was Cy-Fair.
Yeah. So I mean, that was 18 years ago when we did that. So, but I was a very popular person after we passed that. I was the deputy superintendent who was over construction and stuff. And, Lord, I had people knocking at my door all day, every day. And the truth is, I didn't want to see a lot of them.
I'm sure. Interesting.
If you have any questions, you just call either of us.
Thank you.
You did.
I want to get your phone number too, because I'm not sure I have that.
I thought you had.
I might, but just in case.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 2 numbers. My office phone is 254-694-6550. That's the Whitney, Texas office of Mark Casey and Associates, which in other words, that's my home.
Of course.
And my cell's 214-878-4649.
Thank you so much. I'm a 713 number, so if you see that, well, I'm sure y'all get a lot of numbers from the
Yeah.
but-
Okay, sounds good.
Thank y'all so much.
Nice to
All right.
meet with you.
You can text me your number so I know it, so I won't answer if I don't know.
Okay, I'll text you. Thank you so much.
We did our part, make sure we
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm through, but I'm gonna get paid for the, no. I'm not, y'all are, I don't wanna sit back. So anyway, he said he would call Pecos, see if we could get some point there. Bought my Christmas present to myself.
What'd you get?
I bought myself 3 suits out, one a suit in the better part of the year. They're all half price. It's almost as much on whiskey
Side going dinner, Tom.
Gotta have my chocolate. Oh, dessert.
Same.
Rita, how did you think the finance committee?
So they're 8 by 8.
Now, from you, that's a pretty good compliment. You keep talking long enough, they forget.
Bless you.
Have you heard me? On Harlem Day? Do you have any expectation for the?
Now, where is?
Near one? Or any of you? Yeah.
Go back here, so that means this space is where the county is.
So wait, see what happens.
It's the June here, right?
Well, there's a lot of stuff could happen between now and then. It's complicated, but TGA can appeal to the jurisdiction. When they do, they can set aside the injunction. They can stay. Except we filed a motion to deny that, the trial, which was granted by the trial.
So,
They were appealing the granting of that on a quick turnaround. We filed it last week. On that. So we'll see if they win that, they're just going to take over and that's the end of it, even though there's an injunction in place that will stay. If they don't, then the last time we took Progresso apart, it took almost a year to get it resolved. And the court's turning it over the Austin Court deals. There's, we took the rest of us 6 Republicans on the court. Now it's 4 2 Republicans and 4 Democrats. And in November, to take place in office, unless I miss my guess, there'll be 6 Democrats. The Chief Justice Rose is the one that wrote the progressive opinion, and he, in my opinion, is just flat ass wrong.
He's
So,
the one that wrote Moran has unappealable authority, or he's the one that wrote that Moran has unappealable
in the
authority.
progressive, it said we couldn't appeal it because it was fine. So Houston, we filed in court was fine, so it's a little bit different situation. But it's also a friendly court, you put it for less beholden to the state. So it's interesting. State Republicans are, you know, kind of the national thing is we hate government, you know, that education about state government.
I'll make a similar point earlier. Do you think that it'll be overturned?
But I think that what?
The injunction will be stayed?
Well, we'll see what happens. I think the main thing that they're griping about, which is that they want to take over because of Wheatley's performance, they're just wrong. They're misreading the statute. It's pretty kind of basic misreading. They are, this goes back to the statute in Class D. 15.
This is 1842?
Yes, in 1842, though, it specifically says, it didn't make it into the book, this language, but one of the provisions of the statute says, all of the sanctions under this start with the 15, 16 year, not 13, 14.
Right.
So they're saying 5 years, okay?
So you have to see one more year?
15, 16,
Right.
16, 17.
But then I'm thinking, I don't even know.
18, 19.
So this is the year, not this.
Okay.
I was thinking it was a point somewhere important.
They are, they just are. And they're kind of not, then they say, well, I can just do whatever you want. Right. I don't know what, it was ignoring the
I
law.
know Chad wanted to look at what,
They think you can't. So
so the other thing,
that's what,
again, you have to remember the story.
so we got a decent chance if we get to the merits, if we can get to the, all the stuff about citizenship. We can actually change the merits. All it says is that they can get performance next year, they're voting about this year. It's an all-only board.
Oh, yeah, and
That's one of the biggest things in the,
Yep, how are you? Last year, how's today?
Did you also see that the
That's the story of my life.
Bet you $100 on winning
Which
one?
I think you're
It's
As always. Hey,
although I think that
wonderful.
Detroit is
so much. How's it going? Good.
Good, how are you? Wonderful, wonderful. Go get it, go get it. You'll be getting up and down, up and down, up and down. You do that for everybody.
It has not covered itself anymore. We go look at who they have. See how they are.
Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here. Have you met them?
I don't think so. You guys on the next one?
No,
So Ms. Hamilton is the one
Oh, wait, I got it.
that.
shoes and all the fun shoes.
Or you can do it that
Very nice, right? Yes.
Oh, you're gonna think of it? You want me to take one?
I'm good. You know how things work around here.
Oh. Hi, I'm Jen, how are you? Good to see you. I don't remember that, no, I taught class before, maybe at the Caribbean. I think all day. Good to see you.
So,
They always are.
We'll have us down there watching.
Just like everyone else.
Good evening. The regular meeting of the South San Antonio Independent School District Board of Trustees will come to order. Today is August 22nd, 2020. I'm sorry, excuse me, January 22nd, 2020, and the time is 6 p.m. Roll call, please, Michelle.
Stacy Alarete,
Present.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
Here.
Connie Prado,
Present.
Shirley Ibarra Peña, Homer Flores,
Here.
Kevin Roscoe,
Present.
Veronica Barba.
Present.
Thank you. At this time, could we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, the Texas Pledge, prayer, and our call to action.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please bow your head in prayer. We come to you today asking for your blessing and help as we are gathered here. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand and ask that you would clearly show us how to conduct our work with the spirit of joy and enthusiasm. Give us the desire to find ways to excel in our work. We ask this in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Call to action.
All students enjoy successful education experiences, empowering them to make decisions while enriching their lives in the futures they create.
Thank you. For the record, the time was 6:20. Michelle. Thank you. Okay, first item on the agenda is citizens to be heard. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. Citizens to be heard will have 3 minutes to speak. When I hold up my card here, you'll have 30 seconds remaining. First citizens to be heard is Tom Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Prado, members of the board, Ms. Nadejo, members of the audience. My name is Tom Cummins, and I'm representing South San AFT. As it is School Board Appreciation Month, South San AFT would like to thank you for your service and the hours and hours and hours that you give freely of your time. We also would like to congratulate you on the progress that you've made in this district as a board. And it seems that even when you have disagreements, you seem to work through them in a courteous, you can resolve your matters courteously, put it that way. Next, I'd like to speak on 2 items on your agenda. First, while the marketing proposal you have is beneficial, AFT would like to urge a direct program of recruiting charter school students back to South San where they can get a quality education. That has to be done person to person, door to door, face to face. It can't be done just with brochures or advertising. It has to be done face to face. We proposed 2 programs to previous superintendents who did not see fit to do something like that. But the benefits are enormous, and I hope that you as a board will choose to do something like that. If we can recruit 100 students back, I don't have the exact number, dollar figure of what the value of each student would be coming back, but say it's $7,000. If you can get 100 back, you're talking about $700,000 added to the budget with no real extra cost, since the costs are very fixed. Second, South San AFT would also like to voice its support for the dual language program. It does help students with their thinking processes, and it does give them a greater world view. So we encourage you along that road. Thank you very much.
Madam President, that concludes the citizens' petition.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Next item on the agenda are recognitions. The first recognition, actually we have 2. One recognition is the San Antonio Threads for their partnerships and support our care zone. And the second recognition is of Mr. Conrad Antun and his students for constructing the Bobcat Clothing Den fitting rooms. Ms. Sendejo.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's great to be here, Mrs. Prado, members of the board. I know you're going to ask me for my superintendent remarks, so I'm just going to hop on that and welcome everyone. If you were here earlier this afternoon and was able to witness what took place just a few minutes ago, I will tell you I didn't know whether to jump, go dance or sing or just be a part of it. So I almost thought I saw a few tears coming out, but we appreciate you, board members. Please don't get too excited on your paycheck. Don't get too excited. But we're excited to be here again, and we welcome everyone here today. Mrs. Collier ended the appreciation with our cheerleaders from South San High School, and I do want to share a celebration as they did compete at the Alamo National Championship on January 12th, and they placed first place. So I just want to thank you all for being here today, and I am going to transition it over to Mrs. De Leon.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Ms. Sendejo. We're excited to present Ms. Kathy Hamilton to you. Last spring, students, 4th and 5th grade students at Armstrong Elementary sent us an invitation. And so a few directors, we went over there and heard the presentation, and the students really sold the presentation and said that we needed to partner with SA Threads. So at that session, Ms. Kathy Hamilton had cleared her day and made that presentation. So the students just asked for unwavering support from her, and she has shown that since May, basically. She has been in constant talks throughout the summer. and helped us make the clothing den a reality for us. So at this time, I would also like to introduce Mr. Manuel Maldonado. Manuel came last month and introduced the Lowe's staff, and so when we were, again, it was a labor of love to bring the Care Zone together, and so it was a lot of different staff members, and so Mr. Maldonado's baby was the clothing den. So worked closely with students, with the staff at the high school, as well as Ms. Kathy Hamilton. So I'm going to ask him to join us as we call Ms. Hamilton up here. So can we have the board, I'm sorry, may we ask the board to come down? So we're going to have Ms. Hamilton say a few words about our partnership.
First of all, thank you for having me here, and really thank you to those sweet students at Armstrong Elementary, those 4th and 5th graders that did that wonderful video of why you need to San Antonio Threads in South San. So that was really, really, it brought a lot of people I know to tears watching those young kids. So, and I know that we've been out once this month, and the kids have shopped, and that they had a great time. A lot of kids wore their outfits out, and so we're excited to be here. We're now working with 4 school districts, and then of course we also have our shop, which is near the airport, and we just opened up Austin Threads December. So we're on the grow, and we are happy to grow with you guys, and we're really excited to be able to serve your students that need us and can help set them up to be successful in school. So thank you very much. Say hello. Oh, I'm sorry.
We didn't want you to miss out.
I was like, sorry.
Here we go, 1, 2, 3.
Madam President, board, fellow colleagues, it's my honor to be here again. Kathy Hamilton is very humble, and she's awesome. I've had the opportunity to work with her August through, even as of yesterday, speaking with her to replenish some of the items for the Bobcat Clothing Den, and she's going to continue to do that. The amount of money that she's putting toward the school district and the students of this school district it's awesome to see. But the Bobcat Clothing Den could not have become reality without the student support. Mr. Antun is awesome. He is at a conference, and he's awesome to work with, and the things that he's done with these students to get supplies from Lowe's as we recognized them last month, and then just hand the supplies and the materials over to these students and watch them get to work was amazing. And we have 3 juniors and 1 senior, and they want to continue in this field of service. So I am honored to have met these young men and look forward to them doing great things in the future. So if you could, say your applause, we'll get them all up here. We had 6 that actually participated. We have 4 that are here. First is Cesar Castillo Torres. Come on up. Next we have Miguel Degollado. We have Roger De La Cruz, who is not present. Joshua Gallegos, who is also not present. And then we have Anthony Garcia, who is also not present. Let's see, we have Darwin James Isaac. And last but not least, Elias Peñado. So these gentlemen devoted a lot of their time, free time, to spend at the annex, putting the Bobcat clothing den together. We're talking dressing rooms, we're talking shoe racks, we're talking clothing racks. So they devoted a lot of time, and what these young men wanted to do was leave a legacy for those students that followed them, and they have actually committed to help in the building of the two elementary clothing dens that are to be coming up in the future, so they will be participating in that as well. So, thank you very much.
1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Cool.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
John. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our recognitions for tonight, and I think that also concludes the superintendent's remarks. Ms. Andejo, will say something else. Okay, moving forward, board members, we now have consent items, and we have consent items 1, 2, and 3. So at this time, do I hear a motion for items 1, 2, and 3?
Move to approve.
I have a motion by Mr. Rodriguez.
A second.
Do I hear a second? Second by Ms. Alderete. Is there any discussion on any of these items? If there are none, and at this time, I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please. Michelle.
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
Yes.
Connie Prado,
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Master,
Yes.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on with our presentation and reports. Number 1 is an oral report on marketing campaign for February enrollment and West Campus. Ms. Andejo.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Prado. Members of the board, again, we are here to provide a marketing campaign efforts, and actually it will transition through the majority of this academic school year on to the beginning of the school year as well. Mrs. Collier is here. She does have a presentation, and you will definitely welcome some questions, as well as the opportunity for you to have read some of the questions that Mr. Rodriguez asked as well that were uploaded previously. Mrs. Collier?
Okay, Madam President, board members, Mrs. Sendejo, thank you for having me. So I'm here to talk about the South San ISD enrollment campaign for 2020. South San ISD is currently looking at a campaign to drive up enrollment at all campuses for the 2021 school year with an enhanced focus on West Campus High School. There we go. So our goals are to engage the community about all the programs South San ISD has to offer its students: early college, dual credit, middle school choice academy, CTE programs, Head Start, pre-K, dual language, and the list goes on. For West Campus, we will be promoting the addition of 10th grade and athletics, the early college classes, and the positives, smaller class sizes. We've been interviewing students and teachers recently, getting ready for our marketing campaign, and the students really feel that they have a quaint, close community here. They feel that they are getting specialized attention. They feel that they have a voice and they're not getting lost in the crowd. So we are going to build on that positive.
Our goal is also to drive up enrollment at all campuses in time for the start of the school year in August. We also want to connect the community to information and resources to answer questions and energize the community. For West Campus, we really want to get the community excited about being part of this new legacy of West Campus, this revitalization and this rebirth. Our audience and target are parents, students, and families in the South End ISD community and surrounding area. We want to bring back students who have left. We want to bring in students that border our district. We basically are encouraging all Southside residents to come and check us out. Our timeline is late January through May. Block walking, mass flyer mail-outs, street banners and billboards, videos, and I'll expand more on this a little later. We will look at what's working and what's not, and then tailor the second phase of the campaign during our second cycle between June and late August. Taking a look at that digital marketing campaign, we are continuing to strengthen our Facebook and Twitter campaign to reach parents that would utilize student testimonials. Videos promoting programs and partnerships. We are currently working on enrollment and program videos, as well as a West Campus video. Partnerships, the videos on partnerships will roll out the last week of February, early March. We've been updating our program websites, and the reason for that is all of our marketing and promotions are driving traffic to the websites. Most program pages are already updated with just a few tweaks needed. Our social media push on enrollment information and dates, along with email and phone lists. So you will be seeing those out coming up shortly. We're about to start ramping them up. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback with our superintendent's podcast. So we are dedicating her February podcast to the programs and West Campus. We'll be bringing on directors and the high school principal to talk about the new things that are coming to the district and West Campus. On the ground, as I mentioned earlier, the block walking campaign. January 27th through February 7th, campuses will pick a day after school for staff to head out to 78242. Well, all over the district, and then specifically for 78242, the elementary schools, Shepherd, Five Palms, Madla, they will be wearing West Campus t-shirts and will not only be promoting their campus, but West Campus as well. We have t-shirts with West Campus on there. Come join us, we are family. We also actually, part of that marketing, I'm doing it in different events as well. We have a high school showcase for West Campus. All of those students will be receiving Future Cougar t-shirts as well. During that block walking campaign, during that time period, we have been working with Head Start, who actually already does a lot of amazing recruiting. They've identified over 50 businesses that will take our brochures and our flyers and our folders. So we will be heading out with them and putting out West Campus as well as the district. We have a large brochure with all of our programs. I think a lot of people say they hear the names, but they don't know what that means, like what's part of that program, so we're going in depth in that brochure. So we'll be heading out during that block walking campaign to those businesses and hopefully find more businesses that are willing to take our stuff. We've identified 35 apartment complexes, developers, realtor developers, and we are also during that block walking campaign going to give them a folder with different brochures. We're going to have the Care Zone in there, we're going to have the program brochure, West Campus, so that when families come to them, and we decided to do apartments too because there's a lot of traffic in there, they will be getting a folder with South End ISD on there. We have decided in about the end of next week, we are sending out a mass flyer, 78211, 78242, 78224. And on some of those border other districts, but they will be getting our flyers. Billboards are going up along with street banners starting February 17th, and they'll be up for 2 months. One on Old Pearsall Road and Southwest Military, and then one on 410 and Old Pearsall, competing with another district that's also there. And we will continue to identify those. Those are what we could just get now, but I'm looking to put up more, as many as we can, some specific to West Campus, but that is all in the works, and I'm on the waiting list to get in more billboards and banners. The Southside Reporter ad will run for 5 weeks starting January 29th. I continually research other ways that we can get our name out, other ways to get our programs out. And I spoke with the ad agent there, and she contacted me today and said that they will be including, what I paid for the ads, they'll be including us in their digital newsletter that reaches 117,000 Southsiders. And that will be going on. They'll be sending that out weekly through their newsletter. I'm currently researching student recruitment companies as well
because I'm always looking for ways to continue with the recruitment. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Collier. Board members, are there any questions for Ms. Collier on her presentation?
I just have comments.
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
If I may, Madam President, be recognized.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. This is phenomenal. I'm definitely excited about all the efforts that we're putting forth. But I want to make sure that we, it's not just, I know the focus seems to be that Ms. Rodriguez is pushing her West Campus, but even before that, I was always asking, how do we drive up enrollment? How do we get the availability of our program? What does Southside ISD as a whole have to offer? And I'm glad that we're doing that as well, because we have tons of talented students, we have tons of programs, we have tons of talented staff, and I think that we need to advocate for that. So I'm grateful that all that's in place. So
I can tell you that, so you asked me in one of your questions about looking at the analytics, and we are. And so the first few West Campus testimonies you saw, I wanted to see the reach organically, let you know that we've had 2,500 per post, and that's just organic. So then we're going to put in money into promoting those so they hit more people. But those testimonials, those personal testimonials, and the first few weeks were going to be a lot on West Campus, but I plan to get that testimonials like that from CTE, Middle School Choice Academy, GATE, any of the care zone. I'm continuing to get reporters out here tomorrow as much as we can to get out there. And I do know, some of you mentioned you wanted to block as well. I have had principals asking if they can invite you, so you'll be getting some invites from Michelle here shortly.
That was all I had. Just thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Yes, first Mr. Flores and then Ms. Alvarez. Mr. Flores.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Collier, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the detail and the timelines that you're doing. I want to say to teachers and those in advance, thank you for the time that you're going to spend to get out there and block walk, and the confidence you have that you can tell these parents that I'm going to teach your kids and teach them right. And also the detail you have about street banners and where they're going, because I think I've seen some, prior, really far away or and that you're going on the offensive in competing districts so that, hey, we want your kids to come here, and I appreciate that you're doing that and going after it. And I've always advocated for the Southside Reporter, and so I'm glad that you're going to utilize that too, because and I mentioned before, there's some that don't have Wi-Fi and all that stuff, but this is the ground level that you're going to open that paper and read. And so thank you for this, and I'm up for getting out there and knocking on doors. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Ms. Alvarez.
I just want to give you kudos, because the last time we talked about this, I kind of jumped out and said we needed groundwork, and you brought it. I want to be the first to volunteer to go to those borders, because I'm willing to go into other people's territory. So
you challenged me, ma'am. You challenged me, and I took it.
Thank you. I really appreciate the hard work, and for everybody here, I know today they honored us as a board, but I would like to say first and foremost that it's not about me. It's you guys that drives all of us. I think we can all agree that it's you guys that give us the umph to keep going. So just thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarez. Anyone else at this time? No? Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Collier. Also, I want to echo for all your work and for taking the ideas that you're hearing from the board and running with them. I think this is going to be so successful once it's all implemented. And I too will have my tennis shoes ready to walk if needed, and I hope most of us will all be able to be out there and get block walking, and I look forward to that. This will be a part of the community involvement with the board, and I think this is a good opportunity for us. And thank you so much.
Mrs. Prado, can you also wear your cool December glasses along your block?
Oh. I thought I had. I'm going to donate that to you for next year. Thank you, Ms. Collier. Okay, moving on. Item number 2 is the quarterly investment report. Ms. Mendejo.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mrs. Prado, members of the board. Please know that you received the quarterly investment report previously. You had the opportunity to review. It does show the beginning asset value and transition over to the ending asset value. We recently, just a couple of hours ago, had the opportunity to have our first budget committee meeting earlier today. So I believe several of our board members had a more in-depth opportunity to further discuss this. What we would like to do in this particular quarterly investment report, you see the current months of September through November cycle. We were here, I would say, very early on August to share the last quarterly investment report. This is currently the first report for the fiscal year. What we would like to do is to come before you within the next couple of months prior to the next quarter report to provide you some insight in certain particular areas as the Texas term, the tax pool, and other areas that we can consider to better invest our funds. So we ask that you take the time to review the rest of the reports in detail, and if there are any particular questions moving forward, we really would like to take the time to come to you with some additional specificity, and that it's not just every quarter that you're viewing this. And that is the ultimate goal. We are currently looking at reviewing our investment policy as well, so just an opportunity again to learn alongside the rest of the team, and of course for your review and your approval and further updates.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sendejo. Any questions for Ms. Sendejo on the quarterly investment report? No? Okay, if there is none, let's move on. The next item then is the monthly financial statements for the month ending December 2019. Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again, Mrs. Prado. You again have received the December 2019 monthly budget report. We appreciate you as you have taken some time to review. We have had the opportunity to answer specific questions for you all. The actual at this time, we were at about 32 million, 32.7. Year-to-date expended is about 24 million. Again, and I typically say this every month, there is a surplus that you see. However, we're not at the tail end of our budget, so we know that we still have to make some adjustments. The expended percent, as you can see, is at about 33%. And we've shared before in prior board meetings, you do see some potential 40s and 50s in certain areas. As we stated before, we do have, we had some expenses that we consider earlier rather than later in the academic school year. Alongside that, you do have the comparables for the estimated fund balance from August 31st, 2019 to currently August 31st, 2020. Mrs. Prado, that is it. Oh, I did want to make a note. Under operating transfer out, we do have a $650,000. That's our self-funded medical insurance. As you know, we did come earlier this academic school year to have conversations about that. And we were in transition between Blue Cross Blue Shield and the Aetna. And with that, we had to transfer out, and we're expecting for that to be deposited later on in the academic school year as well. Did you see that in red there? Well, not up there, but we do. That's all I have, Mrs. Prado.
Thank you, Ms. Sendejo. Board members, are there any questions for Ms. Sendejo on the report?
Just, if I may, Madam President, just you recognize, I just want to thank Ms. Sendejo and her staff for all the diligent work with these monthly budget reports. It definitely allows us to exercise our financial oversight more precisely. So thank you very much for that, and thank you to your staff.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Any others? No?
I just chuckle because typically every month I sit with Ms. Clarita, and those of you who have heard that name before, and we review all the numbers, and it's amazing to sit before her and ask her for any information in the midst of everything that's going on. She gets it done alongside with the rest of the team. So we appreciate you, hats off, as she is here, but appreciate you all taking the time to review and continue to consider the approvals as we go through the year.
Thank you, Ms. Sendejo. Okay, moving on, next item on the agenda is the report of the Texas Academic Performance Report, known as TAPER. per the Texas Education Code 39.036. Ms. Linda.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Lots of great information, as we all know that this is our Texas Academic Performance, our annual report for the Texas Education Code. We do have and provided you the taper a few weeks ago as well during our monthly reports and updates to you all. So you had the opportunity to process prior to Friday. We know that was important for you to be able to have some of those discussions. We did answer a few questions there as well. We do have Ms. Orozco, Ms. Lori De Leon, myself, anyone that is part of the team that can answer some of those questions for us as soon as we're done with the presentation. Ms. Orozco, welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Mrs. Sendejo. Before I get started on paper, I wanted to go ahead and go over the Fall Star EOC results. Those came in late last week. I'll send you the summary reports like I normally do of the slides and send those to you as well. But right now, this is just going to be an overview of them. Of course, the Fall Star is administered in December, and so we're just getting the results now. I also want to remind you of who takes this test. The students who take this test are retesters. So there are very, very few who are first-timers, but the majority of them have already attempted to take this test before. For example, out of our algebra test, there were 109 who took the test. 100 of those were actually retesters, and then 9 of them were first-timers. First-timers could be for various reasons. Maybe they were out during the spring administration and then were on summer break, or maybe they took it during summer school, earned that credit, and so now they're attempting it for the first time. So what we're going to see right now are actually the overview of it. You can see that I have all of the 5 subjects, which they always take the 5 EOCs. I have approaches and meets, because for our retesters, it's statistically, we don't get a lot of master's results there. Remember when we were doing our accountability in August, the master's is above grade level. They've not only learned everything on grade level, but they have gone beyond that. So when we're doing retesters, we don't really see the masters. So, but you'll notice that on U.S. history, we do have a master's performance. So just to quickly go through the results, Algebra 1, we had 43% at approaches or above, meets at 1%. Biology, we had a 42% at approaches. English 1, we had 26 at approaches, 6 at meets. English 2, 28 approaches, and 10% at meets. And then for U.S. history, we had 37 at approaches, 6% meets, and 3% masters. So the high school, this is still important data, even though it's retesters. This is still important data because the high school will actually use this to not only inform instruction in the classrooms, but they'll use the student list itself and target those kids and put them into tutoring programs. So that's the fall EOC. Before I go on with the taper, since it's 2 different things, I'll pause if you have any questions about it. Okay. So we're moving on to the taper, and as Mrs. Peralta said, it is required by Texas Education Code 39. The reports are available at the state, region, district, and campus level. What you're going to be seeing tonight is part of the district report, which you all received already. The data is disaggregated by, just like our other scores are, by race and ethnicity, by special programs like special education, bilingual ESL, our EcoDis students, all of that's included. And in the report, it does the accountability information, which you already received in August. The majority of it actually is STAR results. Then they also have financial section that's a link. Lucky for you, I am not going to do anything for you that has to do with financial reports. But we are going to be looking at student performance, some student and staffing demographics, and a little bit of the special programs. So I just want to go over the cover sheet again, because sometimes the cover sheet, when you see it, you have some questions. We, of course, this is the same format for each campus, except on the district one, it has the accountability rating for the district, and then it has something about special education. So the accountability rating, of course, we went up from a C to a D rating. And then on the bottom, where you see the special education determination status, This actually comes from the, I'm sorry?
From a D to a C.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at that, looking at this, I apologize. Yes, and my little graphic didn't come out, I probably would have gotten it with that, because I had an arrow going up. So, sorry, we moved from a D to a C. Let me slow down. And the majority of that was our increase in CCMR, if you remember. What sometimes I get questions about is the special ed determination status on this. What this actually is this is an indicator from the results driven accountability report. That's what we used to know as PDM-AS. So it's got a new name now, RDA. So even though there are other special programs in that report, CTE, Bilingual ESL, ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act, even though there are those other indicators, this is the only one that is put on the cover sheet. I'm glad to say though that the needs assistance part is because we are still at level 2, which is fantastic. Because a couple of years ago, as I reported before, we were at level 4 and dropped down 2 levels in 1 year, and we have maintained them. So that's fabulous, considering that our special ed population continues to grow. Okay, so you already know what the taper looks like. So rather than go through each of those small little lines, I'm going to do the sections of the taper, especially since we have new board members. So the first section is STAR performance. Those were on, I know you've looked at it, but those were pages 3 through 7. This is probably where I'll spend a little bit more time than others. So the way it looks is you have, right now I have highlighted all grades, all subjects at the meets grade level or above. I'm just showing you that it's looking at district, it's looking at region 20, and it's looking at the state. So when we look at all grades, all subjects, we're talking about every single STAR test that was taken, whether in English, whether in Spanish, elementary, secondary, even if it was STAR alternate 2, that's all of the tests taken. So when you were looking at it, not only did you see all of the breakdown of the ethnicity and special programs, but you saw our relation in compared to the region and the state. I propped it at this because we have already discussed our special populations are usually lower, our bilingual sometimes, ESL sometimes a little bit lower, sometimes it outperforms, and we do know our special education students are growing, but that they're still below. So I just kept it at these 3 right now. For all grades, ELA and reading, we are working, we are still doing all of the work with the balanced literacy, with the blocks in middle school, with the targeted and purposeful strategic planning. For math, just like reading, that's at all grade levels for STAR. That's why reading and math are used on progress, because it happens at every single grade level. For writing, that only happens at grades 4 and 7. And so writing is something we also addressed in a board meeting before, that we are targeting that and implementing that in different classrooms, plus writing across the curriculum, because we don't want our students to think you only write in English class or their ELAR classes. We want them to see that you can write in any subject. For science, that actually is taken at 5th and 8th grade, and then of course their freshman year for biology. For social studies, they have that in 8th grade, and then their EOC is their junior level. That's their junior year in high school. They take the U.S. history test. So that's when we see social studies. So that pretty much covers the STAR performance for those pages. Then we have the district progress. This is part A of the accountability, when we're looking at academic growth by grade subject. That's why you see it all grades in both subjects, reading, ELA, and then math. Because remember, those are the only 2 subjects that get tested at every level. So that's why we look at that. And of course, we're looking at the 2019. This one, you can see how we're relatively close. We're very comparable to the region and the state in all of the areas, both subjects together, and then the reading and the math. Our prior year and student success initiative, those are on pages 9 and 10. This one, I like a lot, this section, because of the fact that it's the sum of the 4th through 8th grade, which is setting that foundation for our high school. That's where we really not only get into STAR, but then those CCMR, those college career military readiness. So we can see here that we are still comparable. There's always room for improvement. Even if we were above the state, there would still be room for improvement. But we show here that we have increased in both areas from the previous year. Then our bilingual education in ESL is a second language. Just like special ed is the only thing on the cover, this is the only indicator that gets its own section in TAPER. And when you look at it right now in your, when you looked at it in your report, your actual TAPER, you saw that we had the bilingual late exit, you saw that we had ESL, and we're hoping in the future to have the other ones that were blank, which were our dual language. So once we get into that, you'll see numbers and they'll populate in that. Right now they're just empty and marked with dashes. But again, we're comparable, and I will make sure, even though you have this is all from the report, I'll still get you a copy of this too, just because I broke it little sections out to explain the sections. So for STAR participation, one of our biggest strengths always has been the STAR participation. This is how many participants we have that are eligible. So this one you'll see we're at 98%. We're 1% off from Region 20 and the state. So we actually had almost everybody here to take the test. It helps also that we have the windows, so schools are keeping track of those students that are absent, and when they come in, they get them and they retest them. So we have the full week. So if there was a test on Tuesday, and they don't come back in until Thursday, we're going to get them. Even when we check in materials, the campuses keep that one test booklet until that student's tested, and if they come in Friday, they take it and then they bring it back to us. It also shows how many of those students are included in accountability and not, and those are those students I explained that if they were here on snapshot and here on test date, then they're in accountability. For the attendance, graduation, dropout rates, this has been pretty consistent. So we have our attendance rate, we're looking, this goes back a little bit further, so when we get tapered, this is actually looking at 17-18 data. So we have the attendance, dropout rate, and they break it up between 7th and 8th grade because the dropout rate we start actually keeping track of that statewide at 7th grade, and then it goes, of course, through 12th grade. Then we have our district graduation profile. This one, again, is a year in arrears. We're looking at the graduates from the 17-18 annual graduates. I highlighted on this slide the foundation high school because that's our distinguished level. And so I like the fact that the state percent was at 78% and ours is at 85.3%, which of course our district graduation profile also is important because it breaks it down by some of our sub-tops. And so when you look at our special education, the percentage we graduate our ECO-DIS students, our LEP graduates, and our at-risk graduates, you can see our numbers, and we really are closing the gaps with these students. Then, of course, we have our CCMR. So our CCMR, College Career Military Readiness, the TAPER report gives them all together, and then it breaks it down between those students that were college ready and then those that were career or military ready. There are lots of indicators that we track for college and career readiness. Military readiness, just a reminder, is based upon self-reporting. So if Denise enlists in the Marines, then I go to our college career center and I fill out a piece of paper for auditing purposes, and it's kept track like that. So we do have a great system that keeps track of that. Ms. Melendez at the high school does a wonderful job with it. And then there are other post-secondary indicators. Just as a snapshot, I added our data credit course completion, because even though this is showing 17 and 18, you see the growth already from 16, 17 went from 29 to 35% for any subject, and that's thanks to our early college high school implementation. which this next TABOR report is only going to go higher because of the early college high school, those dual credit courses that they're getting, both high school and college credit, that's just going to continue to increase. And then the staff, the student information pages, those final pages on pages 22 and 23, it had a lot of information, but what I wanted, I just wanted to kind of show you that one of the areas that's fabulous, and I know it was pointed out about our special ed population, it not only gives our total students from Snapshot, but then it gives you the total students with a disability. And then it breaks it down for you of what we're looking at in special education. And for the breakdown, we are looking comparable with some of the, with the state itself when you look at the percentages in the report. And then for our staff, the part of that section I chose, that's at the very end of the report. The section I chose were the teachers with their bachelor's and master's. I like this one also because the state shows the teachers at 24% who have their master's, and for our district, we're at 31%. So our teachers are lifelong learners too. So they come in and then they continue learning and continue growing too. And then of course, our turnover rate being lower than the state is something I'm proud of too. And then we all are. And then the teachers by years of experience, you can see the wealth of knowledge that we have. And when we start doing vertical and horizontal planning, how important that is. So that's it for the overview of TABOR. I know you have the TABOR in your board book. I have mine copied too, just in case you have a specific page you need to go to, or if you have any questions.
Board members, are there any questions for Ms. Orozco on the TABOR report?
Mrs. Stroud, you have a couple of comments to make?
I do have some questions. And I'm specifically looking at the STAR EOC. At the fall of 2019, obviously, you know, we have a lot of work to do. My concern always is, since it's the end of course, and I know that anybody from grades 8 all the way to the seniors can take the EOC. And as you said, a lot of them are the retesters.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you were here, Ms. Orozco, in the past when we would get this, I would always ask for a breakdown.
Yes, ma'am.
Because percentages are good, but I like to see numbers.
Okay.
And you did a very good report back, I think, in March, when the previous superintendent was here, and gave us all the numbers of the retesters, first-timers,
Yes.
subjects. How many do they need? Because as you know, I think they're required 3 in order to
Yes, ma'am.
pass. So I would like to see a breakdown, of course, not now, but maybe at the February meeting,
Okay.
of the number of students that still have not passed their EOC. And I'm wondering, I'm assuming our principal, Dr. Hernandez, is aware of these percentages.
Yes, ma'am.
And the work that needs to be done.
Most definitely.
Because it concerns me, because if I'm not mistaken, there'll be another test coming up.
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
And I think round 2 is in May, if I'm not mistaken.
They're, the one that takes longer to grade, the English 1 and 2, that one's given in April, and it's given first because they have to score the writing, so they give that one first, and then May, we have all the other subjects.
And so the last chance that they have would be in June, but that would only apply to the summer graduates, for someone who maybe is not, have enough, or
Yes,
is
ma'am.
not successful, and they have to do a summer graduation.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm always concerned about that. We have to keep track of our seniors, especially, to make sure that they don't fall through the cracks, because we don't, none of us want to come the end of May and June, get a knock on the door by a parent saying, my child is not going to graduate, they haven't passed their test, they didn't get the credit, why, well, wasn't notified, or, you know, what do they need to do? So I would like to see a breakdown, and I'm sure probably the board would like to see numbers. As I said, I like percentages, but it doesn't give a clear picture.
No, it's not.
It really
I'm with
doesn't.
you.
So we need to see numbers. So Ms. Sendejo, if we could get a breakdown at the February meeting
Okay.
for report, I would appreciate that. Okay? Anybody else? Okay, Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you, Ms. Orozco. Just a quick question. So with a little bit of background knowledge about
how the district is rated, you know, A, B, C, D. What is the strategy in place? Because I see that we have like a particular strength in growing student performance, maybe a little bit short on the raw scores. And then also, and those two feed into the first part of the accountability letter, and then there's also a CCMR component, which I'm seeing there's maybe a little bit of work to be done there. What's the strategy in place to make sure that those components all come together to make sure that we have opportunity to maintain and even grow our district into a B?
Definitely. The number one thing we addressed also in August was our Domain 1 scores, and the fact that many of the schools earned their 70% from the Domain 2 Part A, from that student growth, which, as I explained sometimes, and is that when your students are scoring down here and showing growth, is sometimes not easy, but those targeted scores. So you're right, Domain 1 we need to get that first instruction that, so with Ms. DeLeon and I together, since Division of Academics is all together, the curriculum instruction, Ms. Shields with teaching and learning, all of that, then targeting these special populations. That's important, and that's really our plan, is just making sure that no student falls between the cracks, like Mrs. Parado was saying, is that we know each student. So using Eduphoria, using UCLOS data, being able to drill down, not just percentages, but actual students, see where they need to grow in their TEKS, within the TEKS, then looking at the questions, how are they written? If they had the same TEK, but they were written in two different ways, maybe one with a graphic, maybe one is a paragraph with higher academic vocabulary, then that's definitely something. But to go more in depth about the programs, I'm going to let Ms. DeLeon speak about that.
And one thing that we have introduced, and it took us about 6 months, we knew that we needed to become a better data-driven, create a data-driven culture at each campus and district-wide. And so I will tell you, this summer we went to Austin ISD, we worked with Lublin ISD, because we knew that we needed to create a data protocol that we needed to be used, that needs to be used consistently across the district at elementary, middle, and high school. And so we unveiled, with principal input, we unveiled the data process, the data protocol. We call it the South End ISD data protocol. It includes what we call data talks. As Ms. Orozco says, we have teachers looking at the numbers, the percentages, and then drilling down to who are those actual students. And then there's another component that we call data coaching plans. And that piece is the reteaching. The state has introduced the Effective Schools Framework, and a huge component of the Effective Schools Framework is that we are reteaching. How do we close the gaps? What do the numbers say? But most importantly, how are teachers going back into the classrooms and reteaching those student expectations and TEKS that have not been mastered. So now we've done a far more better job this year. We have instructional coaches meeting with teachers, and again saying, okay, if it's 67% of a TEK that was taught that was not mastered, if it's 67%, then that is a whole class reteach. That means we redo the lesson again and do it better. How can we do it more effectively? If we're at the 33% range, what we do is we say, okay, those students need that targeted small group. Let me identify those student expectations or TEKS that need to be reintroduced with that small group. So I will tell you, it's a mindset change for our teachers, because lots of times we see the TEKS and we want to reteach the TEK to everybody. And so we're telling teachers, no, we've got to look, we've got to drill down to those numbers and see particularly who needs that specific intervention. And so then lastly, the third component of the data protocol that we've introduced this year is what we call data accountability, state of the campus. And so the last 2 weeks, Ms. Orozco and I have been to almost every campus in the district. And so what our expectation is that the campus principals present the data, and they utilize also their campus leadership teams, and so collectively they present the data to staff. This way, you know, if it's an elementary school, kinder through 5th grade hear the message, seeing the numbers, and then the lower grade teachers are saying, count me in, I'll go help tutor 4th grade. It might be a kinder teacher who remembers the student had progress. So it's just that coherence, it's that awareness as a campus. These are our numbers. And so I will tell you that that's what we've been doing the last 2 weeks, those 3 things. And we had a principal meeting last week, and we talked about a concept called healthy tension versus stress. And we know healthy tension is much more systematic when you know numbers, when you know the target group of kids you need to address, then that creates that healthy environment, that healthy motivation for teachers to say, okay, I know I can roll up my sleeves and know who exactly to target with specific TEKS. So we are in the second round of the data accountability. And so as soon as February comes, in March, we'll be doing the benchmark of a simulated last year's test, and we'll go through the process again. So we're just drilling down by student, by TEK, and so we're just trying to be a much better data-driven district.
So I have to confess, I was fishing a little, and you both said exactly what I was hoping to hear, is that, you know, we get this TAPA report, and instead of being reactionary to it, and where we have strengths and weaknesses, y'all are in front of the problem for the next TAPA report and looking at data and making sure every single kid's needs are addressed. So thank you for that work. I know that's a lot of, that's a big task. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. Anybody else?
I just have a couple of questions.
Yes, Mr.
On Snapshot Day, do we know what our special education population is?
Oh, sir. I can come back as soon as I get to that.
Okay. I just wanted to. And then I just want to echo what Ms. Prado said about, you know, what I tend to do is go back and look at what's been presented before. So I went back and looked at this time last year to see what was presented, and it may just be a capacity issue trying to get all that information. But I too would like to see the more detailed numbers, how many, you know, specificity into where we need to target. It seems like we have a plan in place.
Yes.
And then if there are any additional resources that you or the teachers or anyone that has a direct impact on our students, please get with the superintendent, bring it to the board, and if we need to provide more resources, then please let us know. But I know it's an unforgiving endeavor here, and I certainly appreciate all the effort that you guys put into it, and the teachers in the classroom as well. Last thing is, I've voiced concerns in the past about, and I know we got to teach the teachers as well. We got to coach them to teach the students better. As long as we're maximizing the time in the classroom with the student, I mean, there's nothing that replaces that. But I know we got to help the students. As long as we're managing that as best we can, is a focus as well. So, but thank you very much.
Okay, I just have one more issue on the table, if I may, Mr. Roscoe. I had asked a question on the special ed and how many kids are being serviced for the LSSP and the LSP.
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you for the response, and assuming that came from you. I have a concern with the number of students that have not been serviced as of yet. It seems that we do have a lack of diagnosticians. Is there a reason? Is it because they're in demand and there's just not out there?
Yes, definitely.
Or do we need to look at maybe contract services? Who can we get out to? Because I'm sure there's people that are diagnosticians that either have established their own business.
Yes, they have.
And they'll come in and do contract services. I think we need to really do that and try and get that done as soon as possible, because the number was, I was a little alarmed when I saw the number that is lacking for testing, and because that affects their scores as well. So whatever we as a board, or even the budget committee if we have to, whatever we need to do to bring on board either contract services, more diagnosticians to service these kids, I think we need to do that.
And it probably would be the budget committee because we're pretty comparable pay-wise. I worked with Ms. Silva. She was able to get me the listing of what other districts, so she and her team got that for me. And so we're pretty comparable, but this is a shortage across the board. And she even said that there were vacancies still posted, which they were working on this in other districts. So there is a shortage statewide. You're right, some do go into consulting. Right now, we don't have money in special ed to do consulting services. Right now, all that money is going into making sure that the IEPs on file right now, the individualized education plans are being carried out with fidelity for every student that is in the program already.
Maybe, Ms. Sandejo, if you can have the special ed department bring to us a proposal so that maybe we can present it to the budget committee for consideration. Because this is important. Our kids are not being serviced, and we need to address that as soon as possible. Thank you. That's all I have. Anything else on this item?
Just Mrs. Fellow, just to add, in addition to the overall report, you received our just an attendance overall for the last 10 years, and that is an area that we've have had conversations about. Overall, students coming, attending school every day. A consideration that we would like to bring before you here in the near future is a particular attendance study with an outside entity. Alongside that, we have had the conversations of CCMR and how we compare to other surrounding districts. As you all know, we did exceed that goal. However, there's still room to grow. There's many more opportunities that we can offer our students, especially there. Mrs. Orozco, Ms. De Leon, data-informed decisions is by far most important to us. We want to ensure that our data and informingness of what our needs are for our students each and every day. Along with that is also a consideration for a staffing study as well, just to ensure that we are comparable in those areas and we are staffing where the need is needed. I do want to make note, it doesn't state it here as we do, we are required to bring the report card to you. This also suffices the goal progress measure for us. Goal 1, 2, and 3. It's not noted, just for the record on our end on Lone Star Governance as well. So just to make note there. So thank you, Ms. Orozco, thank you, Ms. De Leon, on that. Yes, we'll check that there too. And thank you for your purposeful questions as well prior to and this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Sandejo. Thank you, Ms. Orozco. And
Yes,
Ms. De Leon. Okay, moving on, our next item on the agenda is presentation on the implementation of a dual language bilingual program for South San Antonio ISD for school year 2020-2021. Ms. Sandejo.
Thank you, Mrs. Prado. As you all have been aware, a couple of months ago, we did come before you to share a brief overview of the potential opportunity for the dual language bilingual program, potential clusters, and the pilot grade levels. We do have an additional presentation tonight for you and hopes to continue coming to you, not only in this format, but in additional weekly reports to ensure that you're getting the latest and greatest from the team. We do have our bilingual team here and has been working endless hours communicating with our district staff, our community as well, and we thank you for this opportunity as we hope it does come into fruition here in the next academic school year. Mr. Abundis, welcome, sir.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sandejo. Good evening, board members. Again, my name is David Abundis. I'm the Director of Federal and State Programs. I also have Ms. Nikki Spears and Ms. Adriana Fayez with me, who are the bilingual ESL facilitators. So pretty much what we're here tonight, we're going to talk about why we want to move into dual language and kind of go over a little bit of the timeline and how we're going to start implementing it for next year, if all goes well. So again, just a little bit of bilingual program. These are the different models that are out there. Dual language, which has a two-way and one-way model. The difference between those two ways is you have English language learners and non-English language learners. And then the one-way is all English language learners. We have the late exit, early exit, and then the ESL pull-out. We currently in South San have the late exit model. Okay. So why dual language? So I'm going to go over this briefly, but I'm going to have my team. So I kind of took what TA had out there, but when you look at TA, it's kind of overwhelming. So I kind of took this and kind of created my own to make it a little bit easier for us to read. So that can, if it's okay with Broward, can we pass the one to where I got this data from? So basically what this graph tells us is the reading levels of different programs in comparison to, as you can see from the black line across, in comparison to the average performance of native English speakers. And as you can see by high school, that the two models that has kids reading more perfect, that do better in reading at the reading level is our dual language two-way model and one-way model. Those two models, the reading performance level is above the standard of your native English speaker. So that's just reading levels. And if you look at the part, I'm going to go to the next slide. The next slide. Okay. So the next slide is data. So this is actually performance levels. So those are the reading levels. These are academic performance. These are for English language learners. This was a study done by Thomas and College. Most of the data for today is all Thomas and College. And Mr. Ross was very familiar with the research. So this was done in North Carolina. So they were comparing dual language students to non-dual language students. As you can see from those first two graphs, the one on the left is reading achievement data. The one on the right is math achievement data. And you can see throughout, from 3rd through 8th grade, the dual language students perform higher than the non-dual language students. And this is not in the reading level, this is academic performance. Like I said, reading on the left, math on the right. Okay. So this is for the English language learners. To go to the next slide, please. And this is also very impressive. So this is going to be dual language for white students, or in our case, dual language for the non-ELL students, like most of us, like the ones that aren't non-ELL. So these are like it's still our Hispanic population, but it's the one that are English speakers at home, right? So you can think of them as this population. As you can see, again, we're looking at reading achievement and math achievement. As you can see, the dual language white students did better than the non-dual language white students on academic achievement in reading and in math. Because remember I said about the two-way model. We're getting English language learners and non-English language learners. So this is pretty much the data for the non-English language learners. They're outperforming the students that are in the program that are non-English language learners in math and reading. And this is not this study was like about 10 years of data, if Mr. Roscoe can agree. This is over 10 years of data. This isn't like 1, 2, 3 years. This is like 10 years of data. This is very impressive. The non-English language learners are doing better than the non-language students. Okay, next slide. Continuing white dual language, higher self-esteem. One of the things you probably see throughout is it increases your problem solving and your creativity because you're running two different motors instead of just one motor. At the end of the day, the biggest benefit, you read, write, speak two languages. And that's something in San Antonio, and not only San Antonio, I think just throughout the nation, corporations want bilingual students. And in our case, we want Spanish and English, but in other parts of the country, they want English and Vietnamese or Chinese or whatever language represents the area. And not only do they want them bilingual, they want them multicultural. They want them to have different cultures, and they're better. They do better with working with their colleagues and having a better open mind and working with their coworkers. So that's another benefit of dual language. It's just not just the speaking, but also the culture, which is very, very important. Because actually, Scott, you can go back to like you said, the first graph. If you look, the second graph. If you look at 5th grade, look at the 5th grade. Let's look at reading. If you look at 5th grade reading, if you notice that in 5th grade, the green line is higher than the green graph is higher than the blue graph in 5th grade reading. Does everyone see that? Okay. So that graph says that the non-dual language students at the dual language school is doing better than the non-dual language students at the regular school. And what the graph showed, they're doing better because that campus is a multicultural campus. So even though that student's not learning is not in the dual language program, the school, the atmosphere of the school is multicultural. And in effect, also improves the students that aren't in the program. So that was another thing that came out of the study of Thomas and College. Very, very impressive. Can you go back to where I left off, Scott? Go to white language. Next one, please. as I mentioned last time, this is another reason. So the states, and actually other states already have done this. I'm glad the state of Texas finally jumped in. We're not the first state that's done it. There's other states that put money into dual language. So right now we get about $616 for every bilingual students. Once we go to dual language, we're not going to receive we're going to receive about $925 for that students. And then the best part is, the non-English language learners, we also get money for them. We get about $308 for that student. So instead of just receiving 616, it's going to be almost, and let's just multiply it times a class of 20. Now you take that times 20, so it's almost twice as much revenue that we're going to be receiving for the bilingual options. Like I said, we're not the first state, we're behind the curve. Other states have already put money into doing it, but the state of Texas finally realized this is the way to go. So this is another reason why we want to move into dual language program. Next one, Scott, please. And as you can see, all the surrounding districts already have dual language. Now, and I have to apologize, IDEA doesn't have bilingual yet. Excuse me, does not have a dual language program, but guess what they're doing next year? They're going to implement dual language. And the only reason I found out is I was at Region 20 at a director's meeting, and I had Dr. Ferron sitting at my table. You know who Dr. Ferron is, a big guru for dual language. And this lady sat down and she's talking to us, asking us all these questions about dual language. And Dr. Ferron, who are you? I work for IDEA. And she's like, you guys have dual language? We're going to start it next year. Why? This is Dr. Ferron, right? Why? Because the only time they're losing to us and recruiting kids is in dual language program. They're losing to us in dual language, at least to those districts. But come next year, they're going to be losing students to us as well, because just by speaking to them, they're way behind the curve. We're going to be able to implement dual language next year in pre-K and K with a team and with a consultant to implement dual language with great fidelity and with great success. But this is another reason why we have to, everybody around us already has. When you talked about recruiting, this is important. We can't go out there block walking, and if somebody asks us, do we have dual language? Now we can tell them, yes, we do have dual language at South San Agustin. Okay. Next slide, please, Scott. So, like I think I mentioned this last time, we are going to go with a two-way model, which is going to be English language learners and non-English language learners, and we're going to use the 90-10 model, which is one of the more popular. I think San Antonio uses the 50-50, but we're going to use the 90-10 model. And we're going to start with pre-K and kinder next year. And every year we're going to add a grade level as we go. Right now we're just kind of provisionalizing at least through 8th grade, but hopefully by then we'll maybe be able to get it up to all high school. Because what happens in high school, I think you can touch on that. You get like a CO bilateral. So your diploma has like a special stamp to it. So when you're applying for jobs, you can say, I have a CO bilateral. I'm bilingual, bicultural, and bilingual. And that's in starting for jobs. Okay. So we're going to start with pre-K and K, and we're going to do the 90-10 model. So that means 90% of instruction. That doesn't mean your student's going to learn Spanish that quick. That means 90% of the day the instruction is in Spanish, and 10% of the instruction is in English. I was hoping to bring my daughter, who's been in a dual language since kinder, and she's in 4th grade. And I was going to have her read some Spanish, and then read some English so you can see the fluency. And a lot of parents are worried, and this is going to be our job to tell us the community. We don't speak Spanish at home. I got educated and I lost a lot of my Spanish, so the only Spanish my daughter gets is usually when we visit my mom, but other than that, the day-to-day is English. When you see her read and speak, you would think she's in a home of a Spanish immigrant. So it's going to work, and we're going to make sure. And the great thing is, there's a lot of districts that we're going to learn from. So there's a lot of the mistakes were already made. So we're learning from them to make sure that we implement the program very well this first year. Okay. And then by 4th grade, there'll be 50-50. That's the biggest difference with dual language in the late exit. The students at the end only know English. Our bilingual students only know English. With the dual language program, our bilingual students at the end know English and Spanish, read, write, and speak. That's the biggest advantage with dual language. Because right now our program is designed to have our language learners you're kind of losing the Spanish, but you're learning the English. With this program, we're taking that, building it up, and at the same time building out the English. That's the biggest, to me, that's like one of the biggest reasons why we want to do that. They don't lose their culture, their identity. You keep that, plus learning. Okay. Moving on, next one please. And we are proposing to keep up on the clusters for now. Now, I put an asterisk on 5 Palms because that campus is real tight when it comes to classrooms. Right now, our projections is we should have enough rooms at 5 Palms, but if there's a great interest in this part of the school district that we need more classrooms, and if 5 Palms cannot hold all the rooms, all the classrooms there, then we're going to have to come back and ask maybe move someone to Armstrong. But right now, we're proposing just the 5 cluster campuses. Okay. Next one, Sam, please. And so this is kind of some of the things we've done already. We met with PEAMS, HR, Public Information, and Head Start, early childhood. So we already met with Ms. Collier. So she's going to include in some of that great stuff she mentioned earlier. Even Head Start, she mentioned they have a billboard over here on Oak Saw in the military. Guess what? She's going to have all the Head Start and all that good stuff. And guess what? In the bottom left corner, it's going to have dual language program. So we're already working with Ms. Collier. We're working with Head Start. We already worked with PEAMS as far as the registration goes on. We've been talking to the departments. We've been talking to HR about the recruitment because Mr. Ross can testify. The bilingual teachers, they're in demand, just like the LSSPs. Bilingual teachers are in great demand. So as we move into the budget, when we discuss budget maybe down the line, I don't know, one of the things we're going to look at, do other districts pay more for a higher stipend for dual language? We don't know yet. That's some of the research, and we'll come back and share that with you. But that's what we've done so far. We met with a consultant from University of California. Is it on there? Riverside, yeah, UC Riverside, Dr. Nichols. We met with Northeast already to kind of get some of their ideas on how to implement it. We're going to finalize our vision and goals and bring that back to you guys starting tomorrow. Once I make this presentation to you guys, we're going to launch our website with, again, with Ms. Cott's help. So next month, we're kind of looking at, so we reached out to all the principals. We want to go present dual language to the parents already. So we asked them to invite us to either February or March, and you'll see it in the next slide. February or March, we'll start hitting the cafecitos. We're going to, like I mentioned earlier, the billboard. We're going to start advertising. We're going to start doing it. We're jumping on board with Head Start. We're jumping on board with Ms. Collier, but we're going to do our own marketing as well. So if you see a red truck with 2 signs in the back of the red truck promoting the dual language, that's a political type advertising, and that's very common. Don't be surprised if you see the red truck with promoting our dual language programs. And we're going to start an interest form for dual language. Ms. Pierce, do you want to talk about that briefly?
Good evening. At the pre-K roundup, we're going to have a QR code available for the parents that are interested in the non-LEP students that are interested in dual language, so that they can scan that or go to the website and fill out an interest form, so that we will have a database of all of those parents that are interested, so that we can then make personal phone calls and send out those invitations to attend our parent meetings in March, so that they can come get that information and hopefully become part of our dual language program.
Next slide, please. Again, so with continuing March, we're going to continue promoting the program through the parent meriendas with Ms. Farias. She's in charge of the meriendas. So again, we're going to reach out to the parents there. But for the parent meriendas, that's not so much recruitment, that's explaining to the parents why we're going from a late exit to a dual language two-way model. It's more for them to understand why we're doing this. Why benefits their child better? Benefits the child more. And then, like Nikki mentioned, we have 5 parent meetings in March. So we want to advertise, recruit as much in February, next week, February, early March. And then, like she mentioned, then capture all these parents to come to these 5 meetings at the 5 clusters, as you can see, to start going more detail with them why they should join the dual language program. And they can attend any of those 5 meetings. So like you said, we're going to have their information already, so then like a mass mail out or email, I think it's an email or phone call, and then they can attend those. And then in April, we're gonna start the selection process, finalize budget for the school board. But I noticed at today's meeting that you guys already started the budget for next year. So if we can do it, maybe in March we can present some type of budget, but right now we're anticipating in April. If that's okay with you, Ms. Powell, or do you think, would y'all maybe prefer March, or just the sooner the better?
If you'll submit it to Ms. Sendejo, then we can see
Sure, yeah.
what we can do.
And Mr. Booth, we do have a timeline that we're going to follow based on the packet and the department heads
Okay.
that will follow through this process.
Okay.
And that'll probably be easier for you.
Easier for me, okay.
Yes.
So
process.
that was our initial kind of timeline there.
Thank you.
And then also, we'll start visiting classrooms. That was one of the things the consultant recommended, that we start, that not only teachers, but also principals start visiting dual language classrooms in different districts. So we'll start visiting those classrooms. Next slide, please. And then in May, I think we're going to continue classroom visits, start looking at resources for campus and teachers. But I think we might even do that in April as well, for resources for campus. I think we'll probably start in April as well. And then June and July, start training the staff and start taking conferences to get to better understand the program. We do meet with the steering committee every month, as principals and directors and whatnot. And then every month we'll come back and either come report to you or submit a report to Ms. Sendejo, and then she can share those reports with you guys. So at this time, I believe, it's got next slide, please. Thank you. I have a team here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Abundis. Board members, have any questions for Mr. Abundis and his program? Anyone?
Sure.
Mr. Roscoe?
So I've just had to sit here very quietly because I'm ecstatic about this. This is fantastic, and I appreciate you bringing this to us. I don't have any questions about your implementation. It looks, so the 90-10 transitioning to 50-50, that's what we've done in previous districts I've worked in, and that works out really well. If I have any concerns, it's the scale of the work. I'm looking back there at Mrs. Spear and Mrs. Farias, and I'm like, do you have enough people to pull this off with Fidelity? Because
The answer's always no.
the answer's always no. But I've done this work before, and it's a big undertaking. So it's really good work, though. I'm excited to see what y'all do with this in the future, and messaging this out to parents, and you know, this honors the cultures our students come from. It plays to the strengths that they bring to the table, and it gives them a real advantage. It absolutely will make a difference in our students' lives, and of course, it'll help us on TAPR too, since we were just talking about that. Yeah, I'm just excited to see what y'all do with this, and you know, through Ms. Sendejo, through all that, let us know how the board can support this work. So thank you.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. Anyone else?
Yes, Madam President, if I maybe.
Mr. Rodriguez?
I just want to echo what Mr. Roscoe was saying as far as, you know, and I'm sure you'll get with the superintendent to communicate what resources we need, or you guys need to get this off the ground. But I'm certainly glad, at least from a budget committee perspective, that we're talking about this in January, right? So that we can get ahead of the game and do as much as we can, so we can be prepared for this next academic year. And I'll tell you what, I wish I could send my kids back to pre-K, because I'm in the same boat. I go home and I want to, and they're like, you know. But I think Mr. Roscoe is correct. It's going to play to the strengths of our students, and it's going to unleash the potential that, you know, the sky's the limit. So I'm excited about that. But definitely from a resource perspective, that includes attracting, you know, the qualified teachers that we're going to need. You know, we got to have those discussions soon from a budget perspective. So I'm excited. Those are the things that we want to talk about and push resources towards. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Anyone else have any other comments? No? Thank you, Mr. Abundis. Thank you so much for being here for the presentation. Okay, moving on. Our next item is the Lone Star governance item. It's actually our board constraint, number 1. And it is the board collectively and trustees individually shall not perform or appear to perform any of the roles delegated to the superintendent. Board members, I know there are a lot of you that are new here, but I think as we speak to this and we go along, if you have questions, you know, we'd be glad to answer them. We do have Mr. Bachler
from Region 20, and Ms. Drummond, thank you for being here. Basically, our board constraint number one is for us, among us, to discuss the constraint, to see if we feel that we have been in compliance with the constraint, or do we feel like maybe we need to reevaluate this, or do we need to make suggestions if we're not flying with the constraint, what do we need to do? So I'd like to hear from the board a little discussion about the constraint itself and what is the feeling of the board. So whoever wants to start, go right ahead. Mr. Roscoe?
Well, I'll just say I believe in this constraint completely, and I appreciate that Mrs. Sendejo is here as interim superintendent and doing such a great job of the daily work of running this district, and so that it helps keep that temptation at bay that this work is being done so effectively. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. Ms. Alderete?
I can, I guess, go along with what Mr. Roscoe said, and I'm not going to repeat it because he pretty much put it all out there. I myself feel that we have followed this constraint. In me, know that she's the superintendent and she's doing an amazing job. So that's how I feel.
Thank you, Ms. Alderete. Mr. Flores?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just would like to make a statement and say that I have not performed or appeared to perform any of the roles delegated to the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Let's start. Ms. Barber, I know that you're new to the board, but as a board member, I think in reading it, I think you get the gist of what it is. What is the constraint? The board has to constrain themselves and stay within their line. So although you've only been here a month, 2 months, I'd like your opinion on what you have seen and heard. Do you have any comments or opinions on the constraint?
I have none at this time, but I'm very happy to be here. I've learned a lot the little time that I've been here, and thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barber. Okay, Ms. Pena.
With Ms. Sendejo being as the superintendent, I feel, that she has done a very good job. As a board member, as a trustee, I've never felt that we went out of our boundaries. We always, stayed within our lane and always seek consult with Mr. Bohannon. But yes, I've never felt that we ever crossed the line as a media out there. But I'm just glad that, we all agree with what we feel that it's best for the district, for the kids, for our staff. And I'm just very glad that we do have Ms. Sendejo here, helping us and bringing South San, into a positive way. And I'm thanking you, Ms. Sendejo, for that.
Thank you, Ms. Pena. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am, I agree with the input from my colleagues here. I never have, never will, nor do I want to be the superintendent. But the fact that we have Ms. Sendejo and the phenomenal job that she's doing, I think he said it best, resist the temptation. We can ease off the throttle because we have someone that's actually getting it done. So that certainly helps all the way around. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I have to echo what I'm hearing from my fellow board members. I think as board members, we're required to have training, and that training, it delineates what is the line that you can and cannot cross. And I think we're all very intelligent people sitting here. I think we know how to read and we know what the boundaries are. So I feel the board constraint is a good board constraint because it reminds us, and we have to monitor ourselves to make sure that we're not doing that. So I'd like to continue the board constraint. But at this meeting, I think my feeling is that none of us here has gone beyond their duties as a board member to overstep the boundaries of a superintendent's duties. So I think with that said, it's not an action item, but it's for the record. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on, the next item on the agenda is Lone Star Governance, Constraint Progress Measure 2.2. The superintendent shall not allow a reduction in the number of after-school programs in elementary schools, parentheses, SAU. Ms. Sendejo.
Thank you, Mrs. Prado. Yes, our constraint here, 2.2 for this month, shall not allow a reduction in the number of after-school care programs in elementary schools. We are still going strong with SA Youth, and you also have received the list of all our SA Youth programming at our campuses. We have constant communication with them. Any particular situation that we encounter, whether it be at the campuses, whether it be with the administrators, it does get reported over to our district, and we're consistently working very closely with them throughout the school year. We hope that we can continue and grow it and keep it strong, maybe even consider as months to come other programs that will allow additional extracurricular opportunities for our students as well. So if this is an opportunity for us to come back and have an additional discussion with after-school programs, we would like that as well. But at this time, it is going strong, and we do list all the campuses that we do have SAUs currently MOUs with. That's all I have, Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sendejo. Are there any questions on her constraint at this time, on her presentation? No?
Madam President?
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
No, I'm just glad that Ms. Alejo stated what she did as far as, it's a consistent, constant evaluation to see what's working, what isn't working, and what can we do better, can we provide more. I did have a question though. I see here Athens at Carrillo. I'm not mistaken, was Athens supposed to at some point have its own?
Yes, we, at some point, we're hoping to get it at Athens, right? After we started, and then the cost of it, at that moment in time, we didn't have the funds.
So we do have transportation.
But I just met with SAU about some other topics last week, and they have a new VP of programs who's fabulous. I mean, and just is loving us already. So I'm looking forward to working with them.
What we can do, Mr. Rodriguez, we can definitely follow up, I would say between March or April on this one, because we won't really see it for another few months. But we do want to ensure that we do provide that particular program over at Athens and Carrillo separately. And that has been the ultimate goal, but the timing of the MOU in transition, as you recall, require us to delay that programming.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Flores.
So, Mr. Dale, currently the kids are being bused too?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So we had passed the deadline last year because of the reopening schools, is that what?
We didn't, sir.
Refresh
Right.
my memory?
Yes, they weren't part, Athens was not part of the MOU originally in years past. So coming back, the transition of the timeline, that's exactly what took place, and we could not add Athens at that time. So the conversation has been that we would be able to do it for the new school year.
Yeah, so to support Mr. Rodriguez, it's that they don't fall through the cracks.
But
that
absolutely.
They get supported individuals
Yes, sir.
themselves. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. I just have a question, and it's just dawned on me. All of the after-school programs are elementary. Is there such a thing as an after-school program for middle schools or high school students? Because there are some middle school kids that go home to an empty house because parents are working, and they're out playing basketball by themselves.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if that's something, is that something that's being done elsewhere? And is that something maybe we need to consider for our middle schools?
We are looking at that with SAU as well right now. You were going to get it in your board update, so spoiler alert. But so SAU actually applied for a grant for that sole purpose, is for middle school. So right now, we are implementing it at Kaizen. So what we're hoping to do is build up the programs there. They have some students already enrolled. They're starting this week. They have their main goal is to help us with our student achievement as well. So they are doing targeted, specific training with their site coordinators who then do turn it over to the other people there that watch the kids. So that's already happening at elementary. This is happening now at Kaizen, so we can see how it goes through their grant. But they also, I mean, you need to make it fun. Who wants to stay after school for just homework? I mean, so they have something called Basketball Embassy. They have a little men's school. They have Bits, Bots, and Bites, which is a program that is already used at some of our elementaries with SAU. They have a hip hop group so that they not only get the tutoring, but then they go to one of these special programs. So this is through their grant, and they're doing it at Kaizen. So hopefully we'll be able to expand it. At some point, though, the sustainability will end up falling on it, so that's why we're keeping, and the lady who's in charge of the new VP of programs loves data, and so we've already talked about making sure about keeping track of it together so that we see how great, you know, what the numbers are at Kaizen, and the discipline rates go down, the grades go up, see, and then move it over to the others. But it is something. You know, you don't get as many at the middle school, but I mean, but you're right, there are some kids that, I mean, don't mind staying after school, especially if there's something to do rather than just go home.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. I wasn't aware of that. So that's good. Hopefully, eventually, with the grant and with the funding, we'll be able to implement that in all of the schools.
Yes, yes. I'm working with Mr. Booz on that as well.
Thank you so much. Okay, moving on, our next item is presentation and report to discuss South San Antonio ISD 2019 School First Rating and the financial management report with amended information. Ms. Sendejo.
Thank you, Mrs. Prado. Board members, as you recall, we did provide the first rating, and all we're doing tonight is providing you some additional amended information that was requested. You do not have the first rating PowerPoint and the outcome of that because that was presented to you before. We do have Mr. Doucette with the amended information. Thank you, Mr. Doucette.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. So at the last regular board meeting, we presented the first rating, and you got to hear me talk for quite some time. I could see the glaze over look in your eyes, so I'll make this short and sweet. I apologize. Ms. Alvarado brought up a point, asked a question about a previous board member and financial transactions between that board member. If you remember, I discussed that it was actually a transaction with her husband. So I went back and looked at the information that we had available, and I wanted to present that to you. We reported at that time that there were 0 transactions between board members and business transactions, sorry. Went back and looked at it. Thank you for the input. We did find a purchase order for in the amount of $240 with the previous board member's husband. So just wanted to make sure that we were transparent on that. We did discover that there was a business transaction, so I wanted to bring that to your attention. If you have any questions on it, I'll be happy to answer them as best I can.
Thank you. Mr. Doucette, any questions from Mr. Doucette on this item? Any comments? No? Okay. Thank you for following.
Madam President, if I may.
Yes,
I just want to say thank you for your efficiency, for your attention to detail, for your initiative to go back and actually, not just that, just overall, you know, going back and making sure, double checking. So I appreciate the effort.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. All right, moving on, the next item is report on the replacement of scoreboards for the football field and athletic center as requested by trustee Mr. Flores. Ms. Sendejo?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Mrs. Prado. Members of the board, we did receive this particular agenda item. I did have the opportunity to visit with Mr. Flores. Did get some insight of the opportunity this evening. We did prepare a PowerPoint presentation for you on the replacement of the scoreboards. Of course, for your viewing, Mr. Doucette is going to review it, provide any additional answers to the questions that you may have, and then perhaps some additional information based on Mrs. Brado's comments and requesting those from the board if needed. Mr. Doucette?
Thank you again. Good evening. You get to hear me some more. All right. So we we're asked to present some information on possibly replacing the scoreboards at the athletic center and also at South San Stadium. The back one, please. Kind of give an overview, the current state of the athletic center and the current state of the football stadium and some possible models for replacement. So the model that we have currently at the athletic center is made by a manufacturer called Electromech. The model that they have there is a 2650 4. It's a basic model, four-sided scoreboard that can be used either for volleyball or basketball. It was installed in the athletic center in 2005. This was information that was presented from the manufacturer. At this point, there were no major issues reported. The minor issues encountered as reported by the athletic center staff. Last couple of years, we've had experienced 2 shutdowns during games, and most of these issues are actually related to the scorer's table as an electrical issue there. Again, that was information that was reported by the athletic center staff. So, some possible options for replacement, and I do apologize when I developed the presentation, I didn't have pricing available. However, I was able to get pricing information. It's definitely ballpark pricing information. So we'll just carry on. So the model that you see there is a same manufacturer, Electromech. It's this is basically a four-sided scoreboard with a message center. That's a 28 millimeter LED, and it's 80 by 144 inches. So it's a very good sized message center. It's fully adaptive. You can put any message on there that you want. The scoreboard itself is reversible with captions for volleyball or basketball. There also is you can't see it from the slide because of the lighting, but there is a logo on the very bottom of the scoreboard itself. So won't bore you with all of the details on it. Some of the options that you can get on there, you can put electronic team names. The LED message board is optional, as well as the custom graphics. The pricing on this model is just for the scoreboard itself, not counting an installation fee, is right at $100,000. So next one is another possible replacement. This is a 2655. It's a little bit smaller panel size, 9 foot by 5 foot. Again, it's a four-sided center hung electronic scoreboard with reversible captions for volleyball. Fewer options that you can do on this. You still can get electronic team names as well as the custom graphics on the very bottom of the machine. And this particular model, without installation, is about $90,000. There are some options to do wall-mounted scoreboards, but it's my understanding that we have a four-sided in there already. Why go to a wall-mounted system? So. Currently at South San Stadium, we have a Spectrum model U2C. It's an LED scoreboard that was installed in 2010. At this point, there have been no issues reported by the athletic center staff, and it's silhouetted against the backdrop of the stadium there. Some of the possible options for replacement, again, this is the manufacturer that I looked at, Electromech, is because they're the ones that manufactured the one in the athletic center. So looking at their website, they've got very good product lines. They have done a lot of work for Texas schools. Most of these that I picked are out of state, just to kind of give us a different rendition of what other states are doing. So. This one is a football scoreboard. It's reversible captions for soccer. They do make options for field hockey. I'm not too keen on field hockey in South Texas. They also have models that you can play lacrosse. But this is a model for soccer. Again, a lot of electronic team names are options. The LED message board is an option. at the top, and you can also get custom graphics with the team names and support and everything. This model itself is about $25,000, and that does not include the installation. Moving on up, I guess, if you want to call it, this one is another model with an electric, with a message center. This is a 32-foot by 8-foot panel size. Several options that you can do on this too as well. It is reversible captions for soccer. I think this model actually comes with the reversible captions for field hockey, lacrosse, or any other field sport that you can do. Get custom graphics on there. There is the message board in the center. It's a square, but you can see on the outside, this particular model, this school district went with a sponsorship option. So that's an option to look at too. This scoreboard itself is about $90,000. Comparing to what we have there now, this is kind of like a Lexus compared to a Yugo. Some of you don't know what Yugo is. Some of us do. Stepping on up again, this is another 36 by 10. All the same options are available. Electronic team names, the message board is a little bit bigger. Again, space for advertising with sponsors. This is a very standout model. This particular one, just the graphics board and the arch over the top where it says Raider Stadium, and then you have another message board right below that. This will, that smaller message board, this particular campus uses it for their team names, or their players on the field when they're introducing everyone. They actually go through their whole team and introduce their starters. So they display that graphic up on the board too. This sign is right at $145,000. And last but not least, this is, if I had to make a choice, I like this one. One is because you've already got the West Campus paw prints there. It's a 32 by 8 panel size, which is quite a bit larger than what we have there at the stadium now. Same options on the electronics, and this sign itself is about $70,000. I wish I could give you a guesstimate on installation costs, but I couldn't come up with that. So I hate to give you erroneous information. I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can about it.
Thank you, Mr. Doucette. Board members, have any questions for Mr. Doucette on the presentation?
Well, I guess I have a question or two.
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
If I may be recognized.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. And I'm sure, is there lead times for any of these approximately?
Absolutely, sir. The graphics itself, obviously the most expensive part of the sign is the message board because it is a movable LED, so it's an active LED board. The lead time that I got for the first custom sign, the one in the athletic center, was about 8 weeks, and that's during their slow season. So, as we know, slow season for most school districts is through the summer. That's probably their busy season. That's when all new construction and renovations take place most of the time. So, if we move forward sooner than later, the lead time may be cut down to 6 weeks. It's gonna vary with the graphics and how long it takes a graphic artist to do that work and then render it.
That was one question.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Anybody else, any more questions?
Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Flores.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, I know that there's going to be agenda item 6 on the discussion of possible action to refer to this, so I don't have any questions, but I just want to speak to the subject and hopefully let that bone be chewed as we go along to when we get to that part to, you know, to vote. And so, anyhow, I want to say this. As I go to games during the year, if it's football, if it's going to support soccer, or friends' kids are playing at competing districts and stadiums, it doesn't, it gets my attention when I see Harlandale's scoreboard. And so it's grand, it's huge, it's digital. They, neighboring districts like Edgewood and all the way to Southwest where Toyota is on top, and they have an elaborate scoreboard. And my heart being in the shape of a bobcat paw, I have a lot of pride in saying, our neighbors have it, but why don't we? And so I started thinking, and this is why I put it out there, because I felt that maybe it's something that the board can look at, something the board can think about, and help us to compete against these districts, Not just the regular public schools, but like something that gives our kids an advantage to come here also, because we know IDEA doesn't have any sports and all these things, but what kid sees that Friday night light and wants to be part of it, or a family that wants to go and see their local school play and then be part of a grand event. And so when I put this agenda item and asked for presentation, I felt that there was a great benefit and that it could be multifold for the district. For one, it would enhance the field, enhance the experience. The stadium just doesn't become a stadium, it becomes a multi-purpose complex. It allows us to draw renters that hopefully we can get playoff games, lucrative games that say, this is right off the interstate of 35. Why don't we rent this field? They have the new turf. They have an awesome track. They're going to have an awesome track field, and now they have a supporting scoreboard that enhances the experience. I also felt that it helps to serve the community. Friday night lights turns into summer lights, where the kids of the district, maybe we get creative and we invite the kids and they see Finding Nemo or Frozen on the stadium, and they're in their lawn chairs, and there's families on the field having a good time because we are saying, we're extending our hands to the community. Let's be a part of something. Let's create a family environment, and let's have these options for them. I thought about maybe the extension to the classroom in audio video. When I last went to the last time I went to an open house and I saw the presentations of the kids and the videos that they were producing, this came to my mind easily and said, how can our kids be part of that, have audio and video? How can they not be a part of this scoreboard program where they can broadcast or show a replay, or and then we're like, yeah, you know what, they messed up. Or at the same time, produce commercials for neighboring businesses. That's something that that our kids can go out and sell as a fundraiser or generate revenue for their department. I'm just flying these things off the top of my head, but the scoreboard itself has a provision for sponsors, for private money, and if they're digital, it's just not relegated to 8 or 10, but those, because they're going to change, you can have 20, 30, or 40. It's non-stop. And so it allows us to hopefully gain businesses and get trust and say, hey, you know what, you're up there, there's all these thousands of people that attend the game, and your business is right there in the middle next to what's going on, for so many, for the play or whatever. But this is just something I felt that can be out there for you to look at, for the presentation that Ms. Hideo is put out there with Ms. Rousset. And that's why I feel that it needed to come out, and hopefully this is again a bone that can be chewed on through the next couple of agenda items, and then if number 6 comes up and it's how you feel, and And we asked for the recommendation of the superintendent and Mr. Dale, and by God, then let's see what we can do, but I just wanted to speak to it. Thank you for your presentation, it was really good.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Okay, I think that concludes our reports and presentations, and now we'll move into the discussion and possible action. The first item is to approve the district annual audit report, the AFR, for fiscal year ended August 31st, 2019. Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Prado. Again, members of the board, we do, at this time, would like to bring before you the annual audit report that ended in August 31st, 2019. We also welcome the team of Garza Gonzalez and Associates as they are here to present to us, and of course answer any questions. We thank those of you that did submit questions prior to and took the time to review the audit. Welcome to Garza Gonzalez and Associates.
Thank you, Ms. Sendejo. Madam Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, my name is Rene Gonzalez, and I'm the senior partner of your independent certified public accounting firm, Garza Gonzalez and Associates. With me is Richard Trevino, who performed as a manager on this particular engagement, and we're happy to be here this afternoon. I understand that you went through the report, I guess, as part of the audit committee, or the committee earlier today. What you should have in your packet is two different reports. One is the larger report, which is a comprehensive annual financial report that deals with annual financial and compliance report that needs to go to Texas Education Agency. And the second report that we've issued is what we call the report of conduct and audit, which is like a 8-page report, 6 pages in this case. And then what we just handed out to you today is a summary, audit summary, that summarizes both of those reports that we've issued to you. Again, we're happy to report to you that we performed the audit on a timely basis. This report is due next week, so assuming that this body approves the report, then we'll be able to submit it directly to TEA and the federal agencies. On page 1 of our summary, the way that we prepared the summary is we give you the topic, and in parentheses or page numbers, those page numbers refer in case you wanted to go through to the specific larger report. In the case of the annual financial report, and in reference page numbers also to the conduct of audit. I'm happy to report to you, you hired us to render an opinion to you based on what we saw, what we reviewed, what we tested, and I'm happy to report to you that we have issued an unmodified opinion, unqualified opinion, clean opinion as it relates to the financial information. Because you do administer federal awards and state awards, and we're also required, as per our standards, to issue an internal control over financial reporting and compliance. And we're happy to report that that also is a clean opinion, no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies, and no issues of non-compliance that are required to be reported in the financial statements. We also, because of federal programs, we are required to test what we call major programs, and those major programs that we tested for this particular year, we have no material weaknesses, no question calls, no significant deficiencies, and no issues of non-compliance as it relates to the financial statements. So a very positive report for the district as it relates to the fiscal year ended August 31st, 2019. On item 3, we share with you what were the major programs that we were required to test for this particular year. The first column is for this particular year compared to what we tested last year. Item number 4, which I know is an item that you're really concerned about, is your fund balance for the general fund at the end of the year. And I'm happy to report that at the end of the year, you have a $30.4 million fund balance. That is an increase of $4.1 million from the prior year. Prior year, we were here reporting to you that you had $26.4 million in the fund balance. You increased it based on your operations for this year by $4.1 million. That $30.4 million total fund balance is at the bottom of item number 4. You have unassigned, which is $28.6 million, represents 94% of your total fund balance. And that basically indicates that you have 143 days of operations, assuming you were to receive no other funding for the school district. That compared to, you had 134 days of operation in the prior year. So again, a very positive financial report for the district members. You have a 1.8 committed balance. The 1.8 million represents about 6%. And that is the dollars that are in your general fund, but have been committed by the board that had not been reflected in the past, dealing with the tax subsidies that you're receiving. So as you receive those funds, you've utilized some of those funds during this particular year. There's a balance of $1.8 million there based on what was previously collected in prior years and what was utilized in this year. So from here on out, you're going to see in the fund balance a committed amount for that tax subsidies that you're receiving. On page 2 of the summary, gives you the general fund balance, and this is a comparison between your final amendment, and we want to see the detail, that's on page 59 of the larger report. Here we just summarize the totals for you, telling you that your final amendment budget as it relates to revenues, you had projected that you were going to reach $76.2 million. You actually generated $76.3 million. So about $100,000 difference, very close, good budgeting as it relates to the revenues. On your budget, item B, 5B, deals with your expenditures. There you had budgeted that you were going to spend $81.3 million. You actually spent $73.2 million, so about an 8.1 savings or variance between your budget and your actual. So again, extremely positive. In your budget, you had expected to dip into your fund balance, meaning that you were going to lose about $4.2 million. And instead, you generated, like I told you earlier, $4.1 million. So an $8.3 million kind of difference. Item number 6 is just your long-term outstanding debts at the end of August 31st, broken down into the different categories as reflected there on Note A. Note B is the issue, your new GASB requirements that were implemented in 2015, and then number 68 and number 75 was implemented in 2018. Item number 3 is your property taxes. You know that kind of basically remains the same. And your property tax values increased from $1.6 billion to $1.8 billion, a $2.3 million increase from the prior year. Extremely positive report that I'm glad to be here sharing with you. That concludes my presentation on the financial report. I don't know if there's any questions on that, Madam Chair. And I worry if you want me to go into the conduct of audit report, which I understand that was discussed pretty much at length.
Yes, the board, if they have any questions on your financial presentation, Mr. Garrett. Are there any questions for our auditor on this portion of the report? No? Okay.
Perfect.
Please proceed. Thank you, Mr. Olson.
Thank you. On the report of conduct audit, that's a report that we issue to the board members. As I've shared with you before, we work for you, for the board members. We work with your staff, but we work for the board and report directly to the board. This letter, the report of conduct of audit, is the way that we communicate to you in writing, basically telling you that we had no difficulties that we encountered during the audit. We had a number of audit adjustments that we needed to, we recommended, and happy that your staff agreed with them and were adopted and are reflected in this financial report. That's item number 2. Item number 3, we have 5 issues dealing with internal control and other matters. I'm happy to report we did discuss that with staff at length. They do have management's responses, which we feel comfortable with, and hopefully we're here next year. We'll be reviewing that to assure that they did implement those and that hopefully completely implement them or working in implementing them. But they are moving in a positive direction. I think you have something in writing that addresses how they're going to be achieving addressing those particular internal control issues. In the prior year, we had shared with you 2 findings in internal control and other matters, and I'm happy to report that those have been cleared to our satisfaction. So they've been addressed successfully. Item number 4 is immaterial instances of non-compliance. And the reason we report those is because we don't want them to become major non-compliance issues. So we came across those 2 issues, A and B. And the same thing, we have addressed them with management. They've provided management responses, and we feel comfortable with those responses as well. In this particular case, in the area of immaterial, we had none to report in the prior year. So, again, we're happy to be here. We're happy to issue a positive report for the district, and are happy to respond to any questions as it relates to either report or just any other questions that Madam Chair may have or the committee program.
Board members, we've heard the final report, the summary report of the audit. Are there any more questions for our auditors on the audit and the report? Mr. Garza? I think, thank you, Mr. Garza and your staff for doing the audit so expeditiously. I know that you had to come in quickly and get this done, and but we have a good staff, and I'm sure you'll agree with me. They've worked together with you. We've not had any problems like we have in the past, so I'm glad to see that everything went very well.
We are too. We're happy that, and I failed to indicate to you that, of course, we have to work closely with your staff, and they didn't restrict us in any form or fashion. We decide what we're going to audit. We decide what sample sizes we're going to select, and we were not restricted in any form or fashion, and we're provided with the information that we ask for on a timely basis. So we're here on a timely basis to report.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. I just have one question for legal counsel.
I did. I just want to make sure for the record that we
Mr.
did
O'Hanlon,
this.
excuse me, I have a question for you first.
Oh, okay. I have one for you.
I'm sure you have read the responses and on page 4, and the staff's responded, and in your legal opinion, what has been responded is sufficient.
In my opinion, and I was going to ask him in his accounting opinion the same thing. In my legal opinion, the responses that management had undertook to correct and on a schedule the deficiencies or the issues that were pointed out by the auditors, so that in terms of compliance, I will point out that those are mostly policy issues, internal policy and procedure issues, not legal issues. That from a legal point of view, that was an adequate management response. I was going to ask the accountants from an accounting point of view, an auditing point of view, did you judge the internal staff's response to be adequate?
Yes, sir. As I indicated earlier, that the responses we have reviewed, and we're satisfied that if they address that, we're comfortable with that. We will, or your auditors will review that next year and determine that they did implement the things that they're saying they implemented. And if they did, then we'll clear those particular issues or bring it back to the board and say they've done 50%. You know, in this case, they should be able to address 100% of the issues that we raised within the year.
In response, I would suggest that the staff's report also said that they would bring their corrective actions back to the board for its review. My recommendation is that in terms of conducting that review, we don't wait for the auditor to look at it next year. We'll come back and look at the compliance during the course of the year once they lay out the corrective action.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hanlon. Ms. Sandejo, would you make sure that for the next meeting that we have the report from the staff on that?
Absolutely, Mrs. Fellow.
On their plan. Okay, thank you. At this time, thank you, Mr. Garza.
Thank you,
staff, for coming. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. At this time, Ms. Sandejo, before I ask for a motion, what is your recommendation on this item?
I recommend, Mrs. Fellow, that we approve the annual, or that the board approve the annual report fiscal year ending August 31st, 2019.
Thank you, Ms. Sandejo. So at this time, board members, if there's no more questions, do I hear a motion?
I will make that motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Rasco. Do I hear a second? Second by Ms. Peña. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Madam President, so that these guys can leave, there's a signature they have to collect on this before they can send it to TEA.
Okay. Board members, if I would like to propose a change order of the day, only because we have other presenters here that are waiting. I'd like to move the Lone Star Governance Quarterly Progress Tracker to the after number 6, so that we can have the people that are here for the Phase 2 West Campus and the security committee presentation, instead of keeping them here all night, they can make their presentations. If that's all right with everyone. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 3, and that is discussion of possible board action to approve Phase 2 of building improvements for West Campus High School. Ms. Sandejo.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mrs. Prado. We welcome Mr. Jorge Garza-Bomberger here today. As you recall, in our last special call meeting, we did provide a presentation, and we are following up with the specificity along with multiple phases as you take action.
Ms. Prado, Ms. Sandejo, board members, good evening. Congratulations on the board night. This is your night. And I'm glad to hear that you're going to implement the dual language. My son came from that program a long time ago, and he's proficient in both languages, not like me. He's not very well. Okay. We had the chance from the last presentation that we had here to explore with Ms. Sandejo and her staff several areas on the West Campus. Ms. Sandejo came with very good ideas. She didn't want the previous idea of having these partitions as a classrooms. She's an educator, so we respect her point of view very much. And we conduct a visit here and identify several spaces. In the first page, in this slide, we can identify as the pink areas classrooms that are already in use. The yellow are just the services, toilets, restrooms for the students. And by the recommendations of Ms. Sandejo, we are placing there the gymnasium and the locker areas, which is just changing the flooring, removing the ceiling, probably changing the light type system to have the practice gym in place. Minor renovations for the lockers and just buying the locker system. Restrooms are in place, the showers are in place. So with minimum effort, you can have the gym in operation. That should be for phase 2, we call phase 2, the areas that you can have for this coming school year. The next slide, we call this floor, at the level that we are right now, the first floor. In the first floor, we identify several areas that can be modified as a classroom. The areas, for instance, number 1, we already had it as a media center, which is going to be your library, and these days libraries are more than libraries, they are learning centers. So you're going to have that area already in place when all the office partitions are going to be vacated from that space. The number 2 is already in operation, is your cafeteria, and will stay in operation. We made an analysis. You can have up to 95 students inside that area. So with discussions with your staff, they would like to remove the storefronts that divide that area from the exterior, from the corridor, so they can enlarge a little bit more the capacity of the dining area, which is very possible. I believe the goal was to achieve 100 students capacity, and you will exceed that in this area. So it will be 2 shifts for the cafeteria to serve the food. The area 3, 4, and 5 refers to the superintendent office, waiting area and the conference room. The conference room for this board, which is back that wall, and this space. So these are very adequate spaces for teaching areas. Number 6 is it's a space that is already there. You don't have to do anything. It's a space that is ready to use. 7, 8, 9, and 10 are minimum work to do. Smaller spaces. On the right-hand side of your handouts, you can see the numbers and you can see how many students you can allocate in those, which is some numbers from 11 to 19. So there are some special programs that require less students, and that was indicated by Ms. Sendejo, and those are adequate spaces that only need teaching walls, painting, probably change some flooring. That is very simple and fast to do any change. You have on the right of this space right now the 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Those are very small classes, but it goes from 7 to 13 students. But they are there, they are available right now. And with all these spaces, you can allocate around 218 students. That is not counting the students that currently are enrolled. These are new students coming. So with a minimum effort, you can have this campus running for the next school year. There's another space. It's called the second floor. Second floor, you have space there. I believe this originally was used in the past as the ROTC program. There is a large space there that you can use as a classroom. The only problem you have with that is that you need to build an elevator. It's required. Otherwise, if you receive a complaint by any parent, you will have to do it really fast. So my recommendation is either to put the elevator or do not use that space at this time. But eventually, if you're going to use it, you're going to require an elevator to reach that area. Then if we go to the next page, phase 3. We made an analysis that to continue and have more capacity in the West Campus, you can have another 7 classrooms, the basement. These are very easy to build during the school year. And we think that they could be ready for the end of this year. And you can use them at the second semester of the school year. You can see on the right of that page also, identify how many students, and those are regular size classrooms. You have 25 students in each classroom. We will take any consideration to make this happen by code, making 5 partitions, making anything that is needed. We will need to address mechanical, electrical systems at this time. But we believe we have the time to do it, since this is just build 7 classrooms. And we will do it with materials and with systems that are very fast to conclude. Then we have the phase 4. This is in the future. So we went ahead and developed the entire basement. At this time, you're going to have the rest of the classrooms, which we are adding 11 more classrooms, and we have storage, and we have some areas for athletics, and we have also the kitchen. Because whenever you increase the size of this school, the cafeteria and kitchen in this floor is not going to be enough to serve all the students that you are going to have. So we believe that the basement is the best place, because they are going to have access from the back. You're going to have your kitchen and a large area for the students to see. In the same phase 4, use the desire from the staff to have the gymnasium brought to its original configuration, which had the visitors and the home bleachers mirrored. So we don't know what we did. I said we did it, but I was not involved in this project. And I know a lot of dead bodies are buried, but not all of them. Not all of them. So we will make the analysis on how to bring those bleachers back in place to fulfill the desire of the staff of having that gym back to its original place. If I'm not mistaken, it has also a catwalk that joins both sides of the bleachers, so we will place that. And let's talk about a little bit of money. I think all of you would like to know how much we are talking about. This is a very not deep analysis on the budget. This is what we believe it will be in the budget. However, as every renovation building, we can find things during the construction, and we need to increase the budget at that time. But right now, for the phase 2, which is just adding those classrooms that we identified at this minimum work to change the flooring of the gym and add all these equipment, it could be probably an estimate of $800,000. Now, for phase 3, which is the ready to use by the end of this year, and bring more 20 more classrooms, 7 more classrooms to the 20 already identified, it will cost around $1 million. And this is because we have to deal with all these mechanical, electrical systems, and we will probably go ahead and try to make something ready for the following phases. Phase 4 could be something around over $2 million. We don't know until we finalize every detail on that portion of the phase 4, which we believe it should be between December of this year and August of 2021. That concludes our analysis that we requested to do for you. And we're happy to bring good news, because I think we brought you some spaces that are ready for you to use.
Absolutely. Board members, are there any questions for Jorge at this time?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So I'm looking phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 on the second to last page. In phase 3, you have 20 existing classrooms, you add 7 more, so you have 27.
Correct.
But then in phase 4, is it a typo? Should we have 27 existing classrooms and add 10? So instead of 34, we have 37?
In phase 2, you have 4 classrooms, and you're adding 16. In phase 3, you have the 20, and adding 7.
So it's 27?
You write that 24 existing classrooms and adding 10 more.
Okay, so it should be 27 and 10 more, so it's 37 total, not
Yes, but
not 34.
I believe we subtract some, because when we are going to add the bleachers, some of those little classrooms are gone.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions?
I just, Jorge, thank you for giving us the cost estimates, and that is exactly what they are, estimates. As you said, it could be a little more, but it also could be less. So we won't actually know until the work begins. But I think it's a good estimate, and hopefully it will be less because we're not doing any major construction. There's minor work that has to be done. So
We actually are recommending that you stop, go ahead and buy equipment as an FF&E. So that way, you don't have to pay any overhead or any fees for contractors or even our fees. So our recommendation is the most equipment that you can buy directly, it's better. It's better that way.
Any more questions? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Alvarez.
I just have a question on, we're looking at the phase 2, and I'm looking at the numbers in here for the classroom settings. I don't know if it would be addressed to Jorge or to Mrs. Sandejo, but what would we use a classroom that only services 7 students for? Because we would have 1, 2. What would those classrooms be used for?
Great question, Mrs. Salderete. As we are acquiring the choice selections for this year's incoming freshmen, we anticipate that we will be able to offer some potential CTE pathways based on those needs. So it allows for those smaller areas for support there, as well as potential computer labs and or the special education courses and support for our students. Please note, and it's not here, even though Mr. Jorge did mention it, we do have 4 additional classrooms that are not here in the full picture because they're already existing classrooms, so which allows us those 25 to 1s that we currently have as learning spaces now. In addition to that, at this time we do not have the science lab currently active, but that allows us the science strands as well, so that can potentially be 50 to 75 students as well. So maximizing on all those 25 to 1s that you don't see listed here allows us to consider these smaller spaces for those classes that don't require a standard 880 square foot classroom. And again, the goal was to not consider the partitions. We were going to modify it deeply, and it just wasn't a conducive learning opportunity and space for our students. So we took some time, we walked it, we had conversations, kind of came back and forth to find these spaces for our students to ensure that we were maximizing on these learning spaces for each and every one of our students that enters this coming academic school year. Alongside, and I just want to clarify that Mr. Jorge had mentioned the gymnasium. The gymnasium will be set up for competition, even though we'll have only one side to consider in phase 2 for the bleachers. The gym will have all regulations in place to ensure that we can, if that's what we consider. Of course, we also have the athletic center available as well. So the goal is to have that in place as part of this particular phase.
And I believe that you already had some experts on the equipment that visited here for advice. So
That is correct.
Staff is doing everything that is in that direction.
Okay, so where it says 7 students, that's specifically what can be in the classroom at that time?
Correct.
Thank you.
So can I follow up? I apologize.
Yes, hold on, Mr. Roscoe. Anyone else have a question on this first round?
I was just going to comment, but did he already go on?
Yeah, give it more time.
Oh, okay,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
no, if I'm not, thank you, Madam President, if I can be recognized.
Yes, you may.
If I'm not mistaken, I just want to follow up on what Ms. Alderete is saying. I recall, and Mr. Becerra, or maybe you can remind me, was that classroom was a wall that could also potentially be taken down, right?
Correct.
To combine it into a bit. So that was another option as well. And I'm glad that you clarified the gymnasium, because it said practice on here, but it's going to be a competition gym for us to have basketball, volleyball, that type of thing. I actually took the time, and I'm beyond words extremely appreciative of the superintendent availing herself and Mr. Becerra and Mr. Doucette to walk the spaces, accomplishing 2 major things. One, making sure that we have the right learning environments for our students, right? Not doing the partitions, and then secondly, maximizing on the existing spaces that are already here, right? Which is something that we didn't have before. And she's being very diligent and deliberate in her approach to do everything that she can, along with her staff, to make these spaces available, right? At the most cost-effective way. So I don't even have the words to say thank you to her and her staff, to Ms. Becerra and Mr. Doucette, for the work that they've done to this point, and you as well, Jorge, to put all this together. So again, I took the time, maybe other board members can take the time as well to request a walkthrough to see what those spaces look like. And you're ready to go with minor renovations, buy some equipment, run some hotspots, and we're fired up. So, but the gymnasium is, as I've said before, was West Campus's pride and joy, and I'm glad that we're moving in that direction potentially to get that restored. So,
And just taking into consideration that this was actually a high school,
right?
So we just bring it back.
Right. But other than that, that was it.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Yes, Mr. Doucette.
Sir, just want to clarify that the classroom positions that we're talking about were 12 and 14. If you remember from the walkthrough, you said that you just want to make sure taking that wall out and expanding that space would require more renovation.
Right.
And you would actually cut 3 spaces down to 2.
Right.
So we would add students in each space, but we cut down on the renovation.
And that's all I was speaking to. I'm sure those decisions will be made once we start getting numbers in.
That's correct.
So we have an option to use it
Yes,
in a different way.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Roscoe.
I was just going to have a question about the long-term use of some of these smaller classrooms. Are these going to later be converted back into some larger spaces, or are they going to remain small for the reasons that you named they would work next year?
That's correct, Mr. Roscoe. As you all recall, we have also submitted our P-TECH application to the TEA, and we are waiting and pending approval on that as well. That will also allow us a better view and goals as to how we need to consider those modifications. And again, reverting back to the partitions, doing that really to ensure that we had learning spaces for all our students, our incoming students for this coming cohort. We could really ensure that with the spaces that we have currently. Will we have to come back and have some additional discussions? Absolutely. I did want to also comment, because I know Mrs. Prado will ask for my recommendation, and something that just to kind of keep your mind open for potential options as we're looking at phase 2 and the $800,000 that you may consider approving or not. The 334 students, we can comfortably allow to accommodate those students for the next 2 years if that is needed. If for whatever reason, phase 3 in your decision budget-wise, you don't want to consider, again,
our goal was to present the big picture here so that you have an idea, an opportunity to really balance out what this is going to cost. So keeping that in mind, we do see two potential school years here if we had to go there, just based on budget, because again, it always comes back to the dollars that have to be tight and still be able to function with no problem for 2020, 21, 2021, 2022, if that is what we are considering. Now, we have a mass growth, wonderful, we'll take it, and then we probably have to come back a lot sooner. Again, because then you have we have our phase 3, and that's in August to December 2020 turnaround, which also requires another approval tied to our funding. So again, lots to process there, but it is here for you to consider these options as we move forward in the next, I would say, 2 years or so.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. Okay. Are there any more questions? None? Okay. At this time, Ms. Sendejo, what is your recommendation on this item?
Mrs. President, my recommendation is that we approve the phase 2 without the elevator. We're able to accommodate we are able to accommodate our students without having to go there. You don't even see the price on that when you want to go there on that end. But again, keeping in mind that we do have some wiggle room based on the numbers in the next cohorts that are coming for the next 2 years.
Okay.
But again, we gave you some assignments here.
We have a recommendation by Ms. Sendejo. Board members, do I hear a motion on this item?
Madam President, I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation on phase 2 for West Campus High School.
I have a motion by Mr. Rodriguez. Do I hear a second? Second by Ms. Alderete. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on, item number 4. Thank you, Jorge, for...
Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge.
Thank you.
By the way, the elevator is around 150,000.
All right, moving on, our next item is discussion and possible action to appoint school safety and security committee. Ms. Sendejo.
Again, thank you, Mrs. Prado. At this time, we do not have a particular presentation. I know we do welcome our chief here tonight, this evening, to clarify any particular questions. As you all have been aware and been privy to the information under Texas Education Code, Chapter 37, we have some particular legislative requirements that we have to ensure that we follow. Mrs. Alderete, thank you for your questions as well. We wanted to bring it before you tonight to consider a potential trustee to join the committee. The goal is to have our first Safety and Security Committee meeting on February 5th, so it's wrapping around fairly quickly. Mrs. Prado, as board president, is required to be a part of that, Mrs. Prado. Added to your list of meetings alongside an additional trustee. You have listed here the potential committee members. We have already, in communication and collaboration with our communications team, seeked out the community involvement as well so that we can have representation there. So it has been a combination of efforts already as of now. So we come before you to perhaps have a discussion as to who would want to be a part of this committee. Our goal pretty much is to consider at least 3 meetings and just conversations with chief required our 2 first semester, second semester, but just again an opportunity to come together and discuss our safety and security of our campuses in our district throughout the school year.
I have a question. Is the board member, is it on a volunteer basis, or is that something that I have to appoint? How is that?
I would say, Chief, can you clarify on that?
Good evening. Yes, ma'am. This is mandated by law. They stipulate on here for most, I give the background information I've given you. It says must include the board president and a board of trustee member to sit on it. But just to get back on the process, what they're stating is about 3 meetings a year approximately. And that's, the two primary goals of this committee is to review the audits, the school safety audits, and two, to approve the multi-hazard emergency operation plan of the district. Those are the two things that this committee is primarily going to do based on that. Now, there's some other mandates by law that you're going to have to approve, like lead assessments and stuff like that in the future, coming up next couple of months. But that committee may be recommended to the board. Notice that committee will give recommendations to the board, come to the board for approval, which is those two things I just mentioned.
I'd like to, if I may, I'd like to recommend, and it's up to Ms. Aldea to serve on the committee, and she's got some experience with security. So, Ms. you accept your...
Absolutely. I think I've been pretty clear for the 15 years I've been in this district that I'm a very big fan of making sure we get what we need for our law enforcement and the safety of our children. So, absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarez. I appreciate that. Okay, so Ms. Sandejo, what is your recommendation on this item?
Mrs. Prado, my recommendation is that we do move forward with the trustee, and in this case, if it is Mrs. Alvarez, wonderful, and looking forward to our next meeting, our first meeting this year.
Okay, therefore, do I hear a motion for item number 4?
Move to approve.
I have a motion by Mr. Rodriguez. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Peña. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations.
That's good.
Item number 5. Item number 5 is discussion and possible action to direct staff to issue requests for qualifications for a special projects communication specialist as a professional contract services to assist the Board of Trustees as appropriate. And this item was requested by Trustee Contrallo. I've asked to place this on my agenda because, as you can tell, Ms. Collier has done an awesome job for us in our marketing endeavor, other than her everyday duties that she's had to deal with, open records requests, parents coming in, whatever it is. And so we value her experience and all that she's doing, but I think it's a lot. I think she's doing a lot of work, and I think personally the board needs to have someone that will be our voice, that will speak on behalf of the board on issues, because definitely we'll be having some issues, I'm sure. We've had them already, the SAI that was there, the amended SAI. There'll be special projects maybe that this person would be communicating not only to the media, but also to the community of things that the board has done. I think there's a lot of things that we do as a board that really don't get put out there. And I think that needs to happen. It's got to be more positive to the board, and someone who will go out and speak on behalf of the board. I don't think, as board president, I should have to do that, and I don't think any of us should have to do that. I think having someone as our voice that will do the research and the backup information and provide factual information to the public and the community, and someone who reports to the board. So I think that's something that we really needed. Other districts have them, and you see them all the time, speak on behalf of the district or the board on TV, and we just have never had that. So I think it's something that we need, and I'd like to hear from the board their thoughts, if they also agree that this is something we might need. It would be probably on an as-needed basis. I'm sure there's other things that whoever it is, or whatever agency or group or person is chosen, that would be beneficial to not only the board but to the district. So I'd like to put that out there if there's any comments or discussion on this item before we take a vote on it. So open for discussion. Yes, Ms. Bennett.
All I want to say is just this is a good opportunity to have this because it is kind of frustrating to always hear the negativity of South San. For once, I would like for the positive stuff that the school board does for our students, for our staff, for our community. And bringing this to be approved, I'm all for it. That's all we need.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Any more comments or suggestions or anything on this item?
I'll comment. if you don't
Yes,
mind.
Mr. Roscoe.
I think that it's very important, I've always believed this, if you don't tell your own story, other people will tell your story for you. And I think that it would be really great to have someone who focuses on telling our story.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. Yes, Ms. Alderia.
We're giving, I'm sorry, we're all giving our opinion here, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I've seen one too many times for a very long time, us underrepresented. And not by anybody's fault, it's just that's the way it is. The media has their field day with us. I'm a bleeding heart for the kids here and the staff. I have been for a very long time, and to see just negative, there's never anything positive. And to have somebody to come out here and do that for us, and instead of then trying to talk to us and spinning what we say, we have somebody to stand up for us. So I think that's great.
Any other comments? Yes, Mr.
Madam President, I definitely think this is a great idea because that message that of the great things that South San is and does should be conveyed, and again, not left to someone else to misconstrue like a Rubik's Cube and mess it all up, when there's a whole lot of positive things happening that I've witnessed myself, and I wonder, why didn't that get out there? And so I appreciate that this is something that's going to come for us, and I'll vote for it shortly.
Anyone else?
Madam President, if I may be
Yes,
recognized.
Mr.
I think that I've voiced my position on this. I won't revisit the entire thing. I think everybody up here knows exactly what I feel, but I'm in complete agreement with what everybody's saying, especially what Mr. Rascal said. If we don't tell our story, then someone else will. But even more importantly is, we need to communicate the good. It's not so much responding to the bad things, because people that have no morals and they just have their own personal agendas are going to continue to do that regardless. Aside from that, it's our responsibility to communicate the good things that we're doing here, because at the end of the day, those people that fall into that category, you're not hurting me. You're not hurting me. You're hurting the image of our district that our kids and our students and our community are for and are about. So I definitely agree. I hope that the board approves this going forward, because I do.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Okay, I think everyone's had an opportunity to speak on this. At this time, board members, do I hear a motion for item number 5?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Ms. Alderete. Do I hear a second? Second by Mr. Flores. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 6, discussion and possible action on replacing the scoreboards for the football field and athletic center as requested by Trustee Flores. This item, I think, has already been presented to us, and Mr. Flores, did you want to speak to this more before we ask for a recommendation and motion?
Thank you for the courtesy, Madam President. I just want to say that thinking a little bit more, the football field and the athletic center are our two biggest revenue generating facilities that we have. And so I believe that if this, this coming to you is positive, and if it can be done, and with the recommendation of Ms. Sandejo and what she believes should be done, I hope that this is something that we can see in our future for the district.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Is there any other comments on this item? No? Okay. At this time, then, Ms. Sandejo, what is your recommendation on this item?
Thank you, Mrs. Prado. Mr. Flores, thank you for allowing that opportunity to visit with you, and then also having you share your thoughts tonight. As we have had multiple conversations and presentations, the opportunity here is definitely one that would have positive outcomes for us. My recommendation would be that we have the opportunity to bring it back to our budget committee as we are setting that up and prioritizing the needs. Based on what we received tonight, I know there's some area, the scoreboards are in place that potentially can get us through this academic school year and enhance which also will allow us that opportunity to find those potential sponsors that I know Mr. Flores spoke about on that end. However, if you, as a body, decide differently and motion to approve this, it would have to be something that would be considered from fund balance, not this current fiscal budget. Just for clarification there, Mrs. Prado, on what decision the board makes on this agenda item.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sendejo. I think we've heard the recommendation from Ms. Sendejo. So board members, do I hear a motion on this item?
I want to make a motion, Madam President.
Yes,
That we
Mr.
support
Flores.
the recommendation of the superintendent.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Flores. Do I hear a second? Second. Second by Ms. Alderete. For clarification, okay. Did you want to say something?
No, it was me that said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I
Ms.
thought she
Peña.
was going to have a
Okay.
session.
For clarification, the motion by Mr. Flores is to accept the recommendation of Ms. Sendejo. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to the closed executive session. At this time, the board... Oh, I'm sorry. Now for the long part. Thank you. All right, the last item on the agenda then is our LSG, and that is the quarterly progress tracker. So I'd like to have Mr. Bada and Ms. Roman, if they can come up, so that we can go to our tracker.
Good evening, fellow members of the board, Ms. Sendejo. So it's been a while since we've done the quarterly progress tracker, and you have in your packet the minutes from the last, well, lots of meetings, obviously. So there's actually a couple of things for you to consider tonight. Typically, the quarters would be every 3 months. It's been a while. It's been more than 3 months since you actually engaged in this process. There's also 3 new board members that have not gone through Lone Star Governance. And as you look at the handout of the previous quarterly progress tracker, you'll see that it's been up and down because we've had lots of changes. At one point, a little over a year ago, it was much higher, then we changed, there was an election, and then we had folks go through the Lone Star Governance, and we were back up, and then, so we've been up and down. So one recommendation to you is maybe just look back at the last 3 months instead of trying to play catch up. I think it would be easier, so that's one. The other is you certainly want to look at potentially getting the 3 board members trained in Lone Star Governance, but you also have a superintendent that you potentially will be adding. Whether or not they've had the Lone Star Governance is another consideration in that conversation. And again, this is a board self-evaluation, so you're looking at, we would tell you at this point, we don't believe you're at 0, because you do have goals, you do have constraints, but there are some implications since the board has, as a full body, hasn't gone through the Lone Star Governance. So I really wish to proceed. The other little gift we'll bring to you today is that we're going to actually give you a new manual, because the manual has been updated, and it is not on the TDA website, but we have it available for you, and we want to share that with you tonight. So there are a couple things you're going to notice. It's been streamlined, so I think the first thing you'll notice is that it's not as print intensive, and there have been some things that have been moved that make a little bit more sense in terms of those of you who've been through it, that fit better with accountability, and may fit better with structure, and make a little more sense. One other thing that we will share with you is that as you look at, for example, the time-use tracker, previously when you talked about constraints, just like you did tonight, those didn't count under the student outcome goals. Those were separate. Because of different districts' experiences with it, the agency's moved now to the point, well, maybe we should consider that. That really does make more sense because people were going, well, if this was important, we need to talk about it, but we're not getting credit for it, it didn't quite line up. So there are some nuances in that have changed. So having said that, it really makes more sense probably to just consider the manual that we have been using all along. But we did want to give you the new manual so that you would have that. There's some tools also that will make Michelle's life a little bit easier. She's tracking some of those things. She's awesome. Because again, they're really out there and available for folks. So I've said a lot. I don't know where you want to go with this in terms of looking at that, but those are options. And as you're thinking about that, we'll go ahead and pass these out for you.
Mr. Bowder, I went back and I kind of do like Gilbert, I like to go back and research where were we and how did we get here now, so I did a little sequence of events for clarification.
Sure.
Our last board's quarterly progress tracker, which is what we're going to be doing tonight, was done in April. In July of 2019, there was no quarterly tracker report because it should be every quarter. In September the 9th, that's when we had the 3 board members resign, and then we also, our superintendent also had agreed to leave at that time. And then at our regular meeting on September 18th, we did discuss goals 1, 2, and 3. And we did the board constraint progress measure 1 and the constraint progress measure 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3. I'm hearing from you that we don't get credit for these. Is that correct? It's only when staff comes to us with data on student outcomes?
So there are a couple things. One, when the staff comes and does a monitoring report,
Yes.
okay, which they have done frequently,
Right.
that is definitely, you do get credit for that. Anytime the board talks about it, if you talk independently about them, that's still credit. You're still focusing on them. Now, I'm not sure how you would do that independently, but I mean, to answer the question, if you're talking about, you decide we want to talk about student outcome goal 2, and you didn't ask for a report, but you just want to talk among yourselves about that, that counts. That should count. If you are doing, this is again a change. In the past, when we did a workshop, those hours, those minutes didn't count. We're now going to be counting those. When you do your community meetings and you are talking about Lone Star governance, because you have done those before, those minutes are going to count. So again, there's this practical, it's kind of, we always have the theory, now the practice is kind of catching up to the theory and informing that. So there'll be more ways to count towards that. So I think, because as you look at some of those minutes, you'll see that, they were 0.
Right.
I think moving forward, you're going to see that change. So again, that's the quarterly use tracker that you're talking about, and that's one component. But again, remember, as you're looking at how we're doing as a board, the self-evaluation, you're looking at that integrity instrument, and you're looking at how you rate yourselves on that.
Right.
So this is one component of it, you're absolutely right. The other larger component is that matrix itself.
Because we actually, and going back from my sequence, in October 7th, we had a new board member orientation, and then October 16th, there was no tracker. So there was 2 quarters that we did not do the self-evaluation, the tracker on. So our next one would be January. So we're back on track by doing this one this month. There was no Lone Star governance in November. We did have the team building in December. And then on December 18th, we did have constraint progress measure 2.1 and goal progress measure 1.2. So fast forward, now we're here. Hopefully to get back on track, we have all 7 board members on board, and we can move forward with this. It's difficult, as you know, the Lone Star Governance Training is a full 2 days, and I know it makes it hard for some of the board members at work. And it's not always on the weekend, it's usually like a Friday and a Saturday. So I know it's a commitment, guys, but at some point we have to put aside 2 days to do the Lone Star Governance. And Ms. Sendeja, have you had the Lone Star Governance? So she's already done hers already. So, okay, going back to the tracker, you're right. I think we kind of
we weren't fair to ourselves 2 quarters ago when we started back to zero, when we actually had made some gains on our vision, accountability, advocacy, and unity. So the last quarter report, we had on Vision 1, 12, and then on Vision 2, we had 0, although 3 quarters prior, we had a 3. So I think because we rated ourselves as 0, because we were starting back from the beginning, can we retrieve that and go back to the 4 where we should be? Or does it have to now stay at 0?
So ultimately, that is your decision as a group. Okay, now we'll weigh in if you ask us about, obviously if you say, we think we're at a 15, we're probably going to say, that's a little generous, okay? Can we talk about the evidence around that? That's really what the question is, okay? So looking at Vision 1, okay? So that's the one that talks about developing the vision, the student outcome goals. You have a vision, okay? You have student outcome goals. So you certainly are, at least, in our opinion, I would say probably a 12. Yeah.
That's where we were the last time, was
Right.
a 12.
Right.
So I guess now we have to decide, have we moved and progressed to a 15, or are we still at a 12?
Correct.
Board members, if you don't, on your, can we get that on the screen, Division 1? Is that possible?
What? Is it the same, Ed, or is it different than the one that's online?
It's in the booklet.
We'll pull it up.
All right. Let me read the Division 1. In order to get the 15 points, this is what we as a board have to do. And it says students, families, teachers, and community members were involved in the vision and student outcome goals development process in such a manner that there is broad community acceptance of the board's vision and student outcome goals. All board members have committed the vision and student outcome goals to memory and know at all times the current status of each student outcome goal. All board members agree that the board's student outcome goals are the superintendent's first priority for resource allocation. I think for the most part, we're kind of in agreement with most of it, but I know I have not memorized our Carden student outcome goals. And I guess we all have to memorize them in order to get to 15.
Well, I think there are a couple of things here. Really, the one that really trips people up is really the first paragraph. And that's the broad community involvement. Because truthfully, you guys, first of all, you post on your agenda. You have your student outcome goals there. And as long as you can point to it, and you have some idea of what that is. If somebody asks you, well, what are your student outcome goals? And you're going, I don't know. If you begin to start saying, well, you know, I know that we're focused on early literacy, we're looking at numeracy and mathematics, we're talking about CCMR, that's really important to us, and here's some things I can tell you. Let's pull up the website, it's here, it's there, wherever it is. To me, that's really, can you share that information? I mean, the other thing, you can always print a little card up for you, you pull it out, and you know, this sort of thing, that's another way to take a look at it. But really, in the master's focus, what folks really, the ones that we work with, struggle with the most is that broad, and that's where you were going, you know, we're doing those community meetings about how do we tell folks about what we're doing and why we selected this and why it's important. Right now, I think the biggest consideration for why you're not 15 is because you all haven't gone through Lone Star Governance. And so I think that's the piece that we would recommend for saying, you know, your choice. You can, we have no authority. You know, like, thanks for sharing it, move on next one. But the truth of the matter is we haven't all been trained. So I think that's more of the gatekeeper. Once you're trained, then I think then the issue becomes how do we involve the community more? And what is our standard response about when we're asked about the goals, what do we point to? I don't, because it can be rote, that's not the point. Like, we're going to talk all about what's in our hearts. So can we communicate, and you can use different words, it's just, for you, what does it mean? Yeah, that's what's important.
And it doesn't have to be communicated in a group. It can just be when you're out in the community and you're talking to somebody. I think Ms. Sendejo had an excellent idea. We're going to put goals on a little card for everybody to carry. So when you see a parent, you say, by the way, do you know what our goals are? And you communicate to them that way. I think that's helpful. That's right. So, and that would help us to move forward on this. But so what I'm hearing right now, we stay at the 12.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, for the current quarter.
If y'all agree, I mean, that, again, it's
Everybody
your
in
decision,
agreement, we
but
stayed at 12, we're not moved to the 15 yet. Okay, so that's vision 1. Vision 2 is the board has adopted goal progress measures aligned to each student outcome goals. We actually had a 4 when we first started this, and then we dropped to a 0. But I think the reason we dropped to a 0 at that time was because we had new board members, you know, we had to, they had not had the training. But I think on the 4, it says a goal progress measure includes a baseline, a target, a population, and a deadline. Percent and/or number of populations. Measure currently at baseline will be target by deadline, or percent of students completing algebra by the end of 9th grade will grow from baseline to target by deadline. The deadline for each GPM to reach target is no more than 5 years away. 1 to 3 year GPM deadlines are recommended. And I think we've done that. The board has adopted an annual target for each GPM in addition to its deadline target. The board has adopted no fewer than 1 and no more than 3 GPMs for each student outcome goal. All of this has already been done. So at least we are at the 4. But I need to move to 12, at least read it to see if the board feels that we've made progress.
I think it's up behind you.
Okay. It's on there, board members, 12 is up there as well. And let me, if you'll follow me, I'll read it so that we can listen to what's being said. The GPM, the goal progress measures, are all student outputs or student outcomes as distinct from adult inputs, adult outputs, and student inputs. Goal progress measures are most commonly student outputs. All board members and the superintendent agree that the goal progress measures are all SMART. All board members and the superintendent agree that the goal progress measures are all predictive of their respective student outcome goals and are influenceable by the superintendent. Predictive suggests that there is some evidence of a correlation between the progress measure and the goal. Influenceable suggests that the superintendent has authority over roughly 80% of whatever the progress measure is measuring. I think, and only because it says all board members, I think that's the key. We can't move to a 12 yet. What is the feeling? Do you think we stay at a 4 until, once again, everybody gets the training? Okay, so we will go to a 4 for Vision 2. On Vision 3, yes,
I have a
Mr.
question.
Flores.
So you gave us an updated version, and so what we're seeing right now is the past version?
Yeah.
Right.
So, have you read the new one?
Yeah, but I think the recommendation was to go
Oh,
with
to
the
go with
goal
this,
for
oh,
now,
okay.
right,
Okay.
because it hasn't been released yet.
Because it looks easier. And we're there, but.
So, Mr. Close, what you're saying is next time, you're just gonna really exponentially go up points. Okay.
Right, we're there on this one.
Yeah. The future looks bright.
Yeah.
I'm just comparing them like. Let's get some points.
Okay, Vision 3. Vision 3 is the board has adopted a vision for what student outcomes will be and has adopted constraints aligned with that vision. For some reason, we have 0. No, I take it back, we have a 3. So we're already at 3 right now. So to go from a 3 to a 9, all board members and the superintendent agree that constraints will challenge the organization and will require adult behavior change. I think we can all agree to that. Separate from the constraints on the superintendent's authority, the board has adopted 3 to 5 self-constraints on its own behavior and self-evaluates against one of them each month. So I think the first part, I think as a whole, I can't speak for everybody, but I think we agree that the superintendent agrees that the constraint will challenge the organization and require adult behavior change. And I think we all know that that's what this is about, is changing the behavior of the adults in order to get student outcome. So I think we're all adults here. I think our behavior has improved tremendously. And so I think we're doing at least part of 9. Now, the second part of that is that the board has adopted 3 to 5 self-constraints. We have board constraints, and those have already been adopted by the board. So do we meet the full 9, or do we have to still go back to 3?
I think, again, because not everybody's been trained, I don't think everybody has the same understanding.
Okay.
I don't think anybody, at least based on people's comments, disagree with any of those statements. I don't think they fully understand what all those statements mean in terms of the depth of them. Because, for example, the adult behavior is about student outcomes,
Right.
not about other adult behaviors,
Right.
like getting along and that kind of thing. So, at least not in this one. So, again, I think that's where that, we would say to you, I think 3 is solid, 9 is a stretch.
Okay, just leave it as 3 then. Okay, vision number 4. The board has adopted constraint progress measures aligned to each constraint. We actually have a 0 on that. In order to move from a 0 to 0.5, the board has board-adopted constraint progress measures for each constraint. The superintendent owned the constraint progress measures development process while working collaboratively with the board. The current statuses of the constraint progress measures that were adopted are able to be updated multiple times during each school year. I think the key here is, and we can't move to a 0.5, is because the superintendent has not owned the constraint progress measurement development process while working with us.
Okay, so we're going to actually borrow a page from Homer's book and say to you that there are a couple of changes. One is that there's been a change that's already in place, which is the board doesn't have to have constraint progress measures for the board constraints.
Oh.
Okay, so we're just going to let that one go because it became, our experience was that didn't, again, it was the theory and practice didn't line up. Okay, so we're going to let that one go, and that's already been in place. The person who sits in the chair that currently Ms. was sitting in, and when she came into it, that came kind of with the job. Okay? So, and obviously, there's been conversation about these constraints. I've just reported on them tonight, so I think that's fair. So we would say to you at least a 0.5.
Yay!
Unless y'all see it differently.
Okay, board members, do we agree that we should at least get a 0.5 on this? Awesome. Okay, moving on.
The new book says 1.
You are correct.
You know, you give them a little bit, and the whole.
I'm just saying.
In the new book, all of the 0.5s have been taken off.
So next time, you'll really get a 0.5, just immediately. That's great.
Okay, so the next category is accountability. The board invests at least half of its time focusing on the vision and student outcome goal, and currently we're at a 1. So in order to move from a 1 to a 4, the superintendent owned the monitoring calendar development process while working collaboratively with the board. The board's monitoring calendar spans no fewer than 18 months. The minimum required span is 24 to 36 months. Of the total monthly minutes spent on board-authorized public meetings, no fewer than 10% are invested in progress monitoring, a process that includes the board receiving monitoring reports on the timeline indicated by the monitoring calendar, discussing them, and voting to accept or not accept them, or setting student outcome goals and GPMs. So I guess because we're looking at a 3-month period, we really have not spent that much time like we should have, we cannot move forward to a 4, we could just stay at a 1. Is that, does everybody agree with that, these last 2 meetings we've had? Okay, so that stays as a 1. Accountability 2, the board measures and communicates, but does not interfere in progress toward the vision and student outcome goals. We are currently at a 0.5, so in order to move to a 1, the most recent superintendent evaluation evaluated the superintendent in part based on the results of student outcome goals. All board members have completed a training that covered a state's accountability system and agree that they understand the system. The board tracks the average annual cost of staff time spent on governance. This includes the time of any staff member spent preparing for, attending, and debriefing after meetings. This includes all board authorized public meetings as well as closed sessions and all hearings. Well, because it pertains to a recent evaluation, I guess we can't speak to that because we've not had one for our interim superintendent. And because it's only covering the 3-month period, we can't use the evaluation that was made with Dr. Flores.
Right, so that's one. The other is because you have any board members that haven't gone through Senate Bill 1566/the, which was evaluating and improving student outcomes, which they will get when they come to Lone-Star Governance. Majority of the board has, but not everyone has. So there's really 2.
So we're still at 0.5 there. Okay, so moving on to structure. Structure currently we're at a 1, and that is board delegates to the superintendent operational authority to accomplish the vision and student outcome goals. So in order to go to a 4, says all consent eligible items includes but is not limited to personnel actions, contract renewals, previous meeting minutes, policy updates, construction amendments, non-monitoring administrative reports, committee reports, enrollment updates, regular financial reports where financial activities remain within budgetary parameters, were placed on the consent agenda, and more than 3/4 of the items were voted on using a consent agenda. The board limits its adoption of local policies regarding school systems operations to matters that are required by law or an appropriate exercise of the board's oversight authority as defined by the board's adopted constraints. I think we are doing this.
So the question then becomes, so tonight was a good example. We did 100% consent, nobody pulled anything.
Right.
So you were applying here. So the question then becomes, over the last 3 months, were there any times when we pulled consent items that would have brought us below 75%? I can't speak to that one, so that I don't know.
No, I don't think, may have pulled items, but I don't think to that extent.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I don't think so. And then as far as the limits, the adoption of local policies, we really haven't had any policies come to us. So,
So the only thing you've done probably is update 114.
and we did update our board operating procedures as well, I think, so.
Okay.
So then we can move into a 4. Is everybody in agreement? Okay. Good.
You're moving.
Yes. Okay, advocacy. The board promotes the vision. And under advocacy, we actually had a 1 when we started, and we lowered ourselves to a 0. But I think we met the 1 requirement, and we should start there as a 1. So in order to move from a 1 to a 3, board members have hosted a community meeting to discuss progress towards student outcome goals at each feeder pattern with low-performing campuses during the previous 12-month period. I can tell you right now, the last 3 months we have not. So we've not met the requirement to go to approaches at that level. And then it says the board has provided time during regularly scheduled board authorized public meetings to recognize the accomplishments of its students and staff regarding progress and student outcome goals. I'm trying to remember, have we had recognition on students for their achievements? I don't think we have in the past 3 months.
So it has to be tied to those specific roles. I mean, you've done an excellent job of recognizing students all across the board, but again, it's tied to those
It's got to be
particular
on,
roles.
on academics.
And probably you come closest in CCMR and looking at some of the certifications in some of those areas, because I think there is the presentations.
Oh, we did, and who did recognize from CTE that came from
That was Spanish. It was Spanish, we talked about.
Oh, okay.
It was one of our gold progress measures.
Okay.
For students that came today,
Yeah.
specifically to.
So it would have to be tied to the growth progress measure. So looking at real specific kinds of, so for example, Mr. Boone just talked about bringing his daughter, I think, about, so if she were reading, I mean, that, because you have a literacy goal and you had kids come talk, read for you, that's an example of where that time would happen. Now, we're not suggesting next board meeting. But that would be an example of our performance.
Okay, so I guess moving on, then under advocacy, we still have a 1. And then the last one is unity. And unity, we are at a 9. And in order to move forward to a 10, since the board received a certificate of completion, all board members and the superintendent attended the entirety of both days together from TEA for the Lone Star Governance Workshop. We've not met that yet. Each quarter, the board unanimously agreed that all board members adhere to all policies governing board operating procedures during the previous 3-month period. I think we've all agreed to that. We've not had all the training. And the board completed the most recent quarterly progress tracker, and the board unanimously voted to approve. Although the board members and the superintendent agreed that none of the board members have given operational advice or instructions to staff members. I think we could, at the next quarterly tracker, if we can get this training completed, I think we would be able to move from a 9 to a 10. Mr. Votto, do you agree?
I think you're going to be moving from a 3 to a 9, because under 9 it says all board members have completed all statutory required trainings. So there's some orientation to the code and there's some.
So we go to a 3.
Right.
Okay.
But again, I think in the next quarter, again, that's very, very doable, because the orientation to the code is 120 days. We've been to it. So we have 2 that need to do that yearly. You've got the biggest time frame, so that's, and we did, I sent to Michelle, we have one coming up this next month on the 11th of February. So if that date works for you guys, then
And what training is that?
That's the orientation to the code. That's the one that's required, the 3 hours for all new board members that only comes to the service center.
Ms. Barber, would you make note in your calendar?
Yes.
Oh, and Stacy, teachers.
Yeah, we talked briefly earlier.
Okay. All right, so that leaves us with the 3. So at this time, Michelle, what is our total?
29.
Okay, so our total is now 29. So we've gone from 17.5 to 29. Awesome. Good job. Okay, I think, does that conclude our progress tracker for this evening?
Are there questions?
Any more questions for Mr.
And then when we move to the new one, you'll automatically bump up.
Next time.
If I may be recognized.
Yes, please, Mr. Rodriguez.
I just want to thank you guys again. I mean, you guys are phenomenal. From the first time that I sat in your class to now, thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, board members. Now is our closed session. The board will now go into closed session pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, and 551.0821. Number 1 is discussion concerning personnel matters pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, and the time is 9:46.
Y'all be good, I'll give you time on that too. That'll be, Johnson will be in town for a bit. Okay.
Good to see you.
Trustee Paul,